The Deeds of an Extremely Arrogant Villainous Noble. Volume 2. By Kuroyuki Yukiha. Translated by Gadgetized Panda Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. The Pawn. Part 1. Around the time when the morning sun began to spread dimly from afar, signaling the dawn, Luke couldn't help but let out a sigh. Sadly, Mia had visited his room for no apparent reason, and the shock of witnessing a completely naked Alice caused her to faint, and now she was lying unconscious right in front of him. It was a morning far from peaceful. So you're going to use this girl as a pawn? Even though I'm here? No matter how vile and despicable the order is, I can carry it out perfectly. Better than that, Mia. Alice spoke in a slightly louder voice than usual. It was a rare occurrence for her, and there was a hint of emotion in her voice. If someone didn't know Alice well, they might not have noticed, but to Luke, her expression was quite complex. But he didn't understand. What are you misunderstanding? You are not a pawn, but my fiancé. He was being honest. For him, this was simply a fact. The positions of Alice and Mia were clearly different. That was all there was to it. However, there was something Luke himself was unaware of. It was that he had unconsciously accepted Alice's presence in his daily life as a matter of course. At first, he had only rejected her, but now he had recognized Alice as his own fiancée. This could be considered a clear change in him. Fiancé, 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 fiancé. However, this was nothing more than the norm for Luke. The fact that Luke, who rarely showed his emotions outwardly, regarded Alice as his equal or even more, was extremely stimulating and alluring to her. The word fiancé echoed repeatedly in Alice's mind, slowly melting her heart and exciting her. Ha, ha. And this excitement gradually transformed into lust. She could feel her body heating up and her breath becoming ragged. Normally, she would have tried to conceal this clouding, but Alice had no such intention now. You really are a man who ruins women. Alice, completely naked, didn't seem to care about it at all. On the contrary, she considered it convenient and wrapped her arms around Luke's neck. Hey, Mia is here. Foo foo foo. It would be a problem if we were discovered, wouldn't it? Alice stretched her body and kissed him. It was not a warm and gentle kiss. It was a kiss that greedily craved desire. As Mia, who had been carried to the bed, remained unconscious, the two of them collapsed onto the floor next to her. Section. Hey, wake up already. MMH. After finishing various things, their attire was also in order. But Mia still hadn't woken up. Was she delicate or tough? She was a woman whose nature was completely unclear. Well, it might have been the result of mental strain. You've finally woken up, sleepyhead. Alice? What? Seeing Alice, Mia suddenly regained full consciousness. She immediately sat up and jumped away to the wall. Why are you here too? That's my line. You, the thieving cat, barged into the room even though you know I'm engaged to Luke. No, this is not that kind of thing. Is that so? To me, you look like a woman. I'm not. Don't say weird things. Well, I was the one who started all this. I'm sure I explained the circumstances to Alice. The way she's teasing her means their relationship isn't that bad, after all. Mia, what are the classes today? I have the 3rd and 4th periods this afternoon, and that's it. I see. Then reserve the 1st or 2nd magic training grounds. Okay, got it. And I'll be in the library. Come get me when the training grounds are available. Yeah, understood. She's obedient. She accepts my words without any hesitation. However, this is a little too smooth. It exceeds my expectations. There's a faint sense of unease, but why? Openly making a secret date? How naughty of you. I thought I explained it to you already. Yes, I understand. But that doesn't mean I can accept it. I'm sure I'll end up going to see it, and secretly witness you two doing all sorts of things. It should be such a painful thing, but for some reason my body feels hot. What are you saying? I'm not going to do anything like that. Oh, what were you imagining with your face all red? I only mentioned all sorts of things. No, it's not. No, if she's going to come and see, she might as well just join us openly. Why does she need to hide and watch? I can't understand it at all. I don't even want to understand. I'm going to the dining hall. You too, get out of my room quickly. Yes, that's right. I don't want to talk to this thieving cat anymore. I'm telling you it's not like that. Locking the door, he headed to the dining hall. There, the familiar sight greeted me again. It was the red-haired boy with the unpleasant gaze. Lloyd. He's always the first to start eating breakfast. Our eyes met. He must have noticed Mia in my line of sight as well. But he didn't say anything. He quickly looked away and resumed his meal. Moreover, he was sitting a little further away from where he usually sits to eat. Is he following what Alice told him? This guy is truly interesting. Just then, Mia suddenly started walking towards Lloyd. I lost. There's no room for excuses. But I will definitely have my revenge. Is that so? Any time is fine. I won't run or hide. But I'll keep moving forward too. I can't wait forever. Then, Lloyd looked this way. But his gaze wasn't on me, it was on Alice. He abruptly stood up and slowly walked over. I challenge you to a ranking battle. Very well, then. Alice agreed readily. I don't expect to win. But with me just having joined, I want to make our standings clear. Sorry, but I'm asking you to do this. I don't care about the reason. Don't just blabber on about things I didn't ask for. Lloyd didn't say anything more and simply returned to his seat. But I couldn't hold back the laughter welling up inside me. Lloyd, what an interesting guy. I've taken a liking to him. Would I be acceptable, Lloyd? Rather than a woman like her. Like her. For some reason, Alice's breathing became ragged. How bothersome. But I'll let it slide. I'm in a good mood right now. You. Not yet. It wouldn't mean anything now. Okay, anytime then. With you, it doesn't have to be a ranking battle. What? For real? Yeah, for real. I think I can afford to spend some of my precious time on this guy. That's how much I've taken a liking to him. I see. Then I may take you up on that. Don't hesitate. You'll do just fine. Lloyd's eyes widened a little, but he quickly reverted to his usual expression. What an unpleasant-looking guy as always. And the conversation ended there, as we both turned our attention back to our meals. At that moment, Leonardo arrived at the cafeteria. Hey, Morn. I'll just eat over there. Leonardo quietly retreated, intimidated by Alice's glare, and he started eating next to Lloyd. This is also a common sight. Can I sit here? As I continued my meal, someone spoke to me. Looking up, I saw it was Abel. And the noisy girl who's always with him, Lily, I think. If I refuse Abel's request, that girl will start yelling and making a fuss, which is as clear as day. Do as you please. Oh, thank you. Abel sat down in front of me, smiling brightly and happily. It's creepy. Somehow, it feels like this guy has taken a liking to me, for some reason. I don't understand it at all. I'm sorry about yesterday. I misunderstood, you see. I don't care. What? You're so. Calm down, Lily. Sorry about that, Luke. Why is Abel apologizing? Keep it down, you're being noisy. What did you say? Shut up. When did my surroundings become so noisy? That's what I thought. Amid the commotion, Abel spoke to me. Her smile has returned. He said that with an air of satisfaction, looking at Mia. You're absolutely misunderstanding something big. Yes, I'm afraid so. Yeah, I'm sure. But she's smiling now. That's an undeniable fact. It seems this guy genuinely believes that I comforted Mia. Sometimes I see you swinging your sword. And what of it? Even in battle, I thought your sword was incredibly beautiful. I don't understand much about magic yet, but I know a bit about swords. My teacher said that the heart is important for swords. That's why I can tell Luke isn't a bad person. Seeing Abel's unburdened smile, I understand. I see. The reason this guy has such a foolish way of thinking is because of that teacher of his. Thinking that someone's heart is pure just because they're skilled with a sword. The world isn't that simple, but... Part 2. In the afternoon, at the first magic training ground. I came here to teach Mia a certain magic. When I made the reservation, I was told by Sensei Freya, "You've put on quite a disgraceful display in front of the people, yet you seem quite lively." I'm relieved. It doesn't matter. Let's just get started. Yes, thank you very much. First, I'll borrow some magic power. The dark magic drew Mia's magical power into me. It's indeed a potent magical power. Watch this. Lightning armor. In an instant, my body was enveloped in purple lightning. This was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. It's my first time putting it into practice. But it's bound to work. See? Well, some fine-tuning may be necessary. I kicked the ground with a thunderous roar. This magic is a composite of lightning and healing, with the effect of imbuing lightning speed. The human body can't withstand such a thing. It will naturally break, but I can heal it right away. This is the essence of the lightning armor. Indeed. It's too fast. Slightly delayed in my reactions. I might need to combine it with a magic to boost my sensory perception. It'll take some time to get accustomed to it. The magic consumption is also tremendous. I can't use it for too long, but it's a marvelous magic that more than makes up for that. After some time, I deactivated the magic. How was it? Did you like it? Amazing. This is a composite magic of lightning and healing. I want you to master this magic. Strive to become proficient in using it. And you're too slow in activating magic. Do something about that too. Well, I'm going now. What? Time to head back. Or should I go to the library? There are still some things I need to investigate. Wait. What? Are you already leaving? I'm not sure if I can do it alone. If possible, I'd like you to stay. Or rather... What is this person saying? I'll show you the magic again. I saw it. But... Continuing to pester me, I tell Mia firmly, facing her directly. Mia, I'm disappointed in you. Face to face, I'm gonna say it nice and clear. What's the point of aimlessly wandering through an empty wilderness when there's already a path laid out before you? Not understanding even that. Did I misjudge your potential? I have no interest in pampering a mere livestock. This person is being needy. Mastering magic requires a lot of intuitive understanding, and the only way is to engage in constant dialogue with oneself, abandoning one's own thinking and relying on others. I have no use for such a person. No matter how exceptional their abilities may be, they're still insignificant. Indulging them now will only lead to them coming to me for the slightest of things in the future. Therefore, it's probably better to give them a good kick in the pants here. I've conveyed everything I needed to say. I resume walking towards the exit. I'm sorry. My sleeve is grabbed. There's no need to say by whom. What the? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Please don't abandon me. Please don't abandon me. Mia's eyes are clouded with tears, as dark as if no light could ever reach them. I only gave a little kick. But why? Why did it turn out this way? Come to think of it, was this person really this character? Could it be that this too is the result of my efforts? Section. I'm disappointed in you. In that moment, I felt a floating sensation, as if the ground had dropped out from under me. Falling, plummeting. When I realized that I would never again see the beautiful and brilliant light that had illuminated my heart, the world before my eyes went dark. No. Section. Hick. Hey, this is no joke. Why are you crying? I don't understand. It's okay if I'm not the best. Please, let me stay by your side. Please. Mia clung to my feet, her eyes clouded and pleading with me. What is this? How did it come to this? Well, listen up. First, try doing it yourself. Otherwise, you won't even know what you're capable of and what you're not. Don't try to rely on others from the start. It becomes a bad habit. Training is a dialogue with oneself. Especially with magic, it must be done alone. Well, I'll show you the way, though. I'm sorry. I'll do my best, so please, don't leave me. Alright. Hey, get off me already. You're a nuisance. Don't say that. I'll work hard, so please. What is this troublesome creature? How did it come to this? My stomach is aching. Damn it, why do I have to worry about this? I'll give you just one piece of advice. I told Mia as I lightly held my stomach. Heal from where it's broken. Keep healing. Raise the rate of healing higher than lightning. Understand? Yeah, I understand. I don't understand the feelings of someone who cries over this little. It feels so tiring, somehow. Maybe I should go back and sleep for the day. No, wait. I went overboard. What? I gently placed my hand on Mia's shoulder. For some reason, I intuitively feel that I should do so. I sometimes have these sensations. Moments where I feel a conviction that this is absolutely the right thing to do. I spoke so strongly because I have high expectations of you. Forgive me. Mia's mouth was moving open and close. I felt the darkness swirling in the depths of her eyes had deepened, but I ignored it for now. I am always right. The fact that I chose you is proof of that. Can you do it? Yeah, I can. I can do it. At my words, Mia vigorously nodded her head up and down. I'm so tired. Truly exhausted. I think I'll hold off on increasing the pieces for a while. Then I'll be going. I'll do my best. I could feel her strong determination. Good eyes. Are they good eyes? No, never mind, I shouldn't think about it anymore. I started walking towards the exit this time. At the training grounds exit, someone had been watching me. But before I could confirm who it was, the figure hastily disappeared. I thought it might have been Alice, but no, that wasn't it. Who was that? I briefly said that as I exited the training ground. Even though I scanned the area, there was no one around, but there shouldn't have been enough time for them to go far. I didn't sense any powerful magic either. So, they must still be nearby. However, there's nowhere to hide here. Well, except for that large locker used to store cleaning supplies. As if to taunt my weary state, my ever-active magic perception told me that someone was hiding there. They seemed to be using some kind of concealment magic, but their agitation caused it to be imperfect. Come out. I know you're hiding in there. There was no response. Apparently, they had no intention of coming out. I see. Then, I'll just open it. I grabbed the handle and swung open the double doors of the locker with force. And then, I saw it. Someone I didn't expect to see. What a coincidence that we meet here. Luke Withania Gilbert. Hiding among the various cleaning supplies, in a strange pose, was the first-year homeroom teacher, Freya. I no longer understand anything. On top of being already tired from dealing with Mia, why do these incomprehensible events keep piling up? Why is a teacher here? And why is this person so calm, as if this is just a normal everyday occurrence? My confusion knows no bounds, as endless questions pour forth. You're probably wondering why, aren't you? But that is an utterly foolish question. A teacher hiding in a locker used for cleaning supplies. The probability of that is not very high, but it is certainly not zero. There are no further facts beyond this, and this is the reality and truth. Well then, I shall take my leave. I still have work to do, you see. What is this teacher saying? My brain has already stopped trying to comprehend. It is an event that I, of all people, cannot understand. I suppose this is simply the way it has to be. I've heard from your sister, and you are indeed exceptional. And on top of that, you can even care for your classmates. I'm impressed. And with those words, Freya left. There was not a trace of agitation in their demeanor, and they carried themselves with great composure. That only serves to further amplify the strangeness of this situation. I'm going home. I'll just sleep the whole day today. Efficiency-wise, that would probably be the best thing to do. I discarded my thoughts and reached that conclusion. Section. Around the Aslan Magic Academy, at night, when the world is illuminated only by moonlight, with no artificial lighting. There were two figures, a man and a woman, clad entirely in black with no exposed skin. Hey, you understand, right? I got it. Today's just reckon. Just observe. Okay, but please don't try anything crazy, alright? Yeah, understood. But if I can kidnap them, I will. Why is this kid so bloodthirsty? In an instant, the two leaped back. Something had come falling from above them. Oh, you can dodge. Impressive physical ability. Is it magic? A magical tool? Or something else? Reflecting the moonlight, the silver hair of the man who spoke those words. That man was Yorand. In an instant, the two in black sensed with their skin that this man was far too dangerous. Their instincts were ringing an urgent alarm, urging them to flee immediately. TCH, you understand, don't you? I understand. I'm not that arrogant. They must not fight. They absolutely had to retreat. There was no disagreement on that conclusion. I had a feeling they would be coming around this time. But to hit the mark so perfectly, I'm truly lucky. In an instant, Yorand kicked off the ground. And by the repulsion created between the ground and himself, he accelerated. At a speed far beyond that of a human, he quickly closed the distance. If he could capture them within his range, the outcome would surely be decided. However, TCH, Yorand's field of vision was obstructed. It was a smokescreen. Such a thing. Yorand should be able to blow away a mere smoke with his magic in an instant. But he couldn't. There was some kind of mechanism interfering with the use of magic. This caused a slight lag in blowing away the smoke screen. That slight lag was more than enough for the two to conceal their presence. The smoke cleared, but there was no sign of them anywhere. Tchem, I can't even track their magical energy. This is the worst. They got away just like that. Yorand was clearly dejected. Well, whatever. But they were beast men, weren't they? He murmured quietly. The kingdom sees them as an inferior race without any magical power. How foolish. There are countless uses for them. Even without magic, their physical abilities are outstanding. Using flight, Yorand floated up into the sky. Their target is most likely young Luke. The emergence of his dark attribute is surely common knowledge by now. At least until he matures, it would have been better to keep it hidden. Our country is weak in information systems, being so focused on magic. He sighed. After a while, a shadow approached Yorand. Lord Yorand, we've been searching with the whole squad, but... Good work, Gordova. Yeah, it's a pain that they have no magical power. My apologies. Thinking they were assassins from the Beast Kingdom might be a bit too straightforward. Using beast men as a disguise for another country's covert operation? This country isn't exactly popular, after all. But whatever, I'll just deal with it as it comes. And Yorand and Gordova disappeared into the dark night. Interlude. Freya Sensei's diary. Y month, X day. Today, my big sister contacted me. Apparently, she'll be staying in Gilbadia for a while. Apparently, the eldest son of the Gilbert family has manifested dark attribute. Geez, I know rare attributes are amazing, but sis is just too selfish. She's been like that since we were kids. She's usually so capable, but when it comes to magic, she suddenly becomes like this. She's still freeloading at my place, too. It's fine, really. She probably only thinks of me as a convenient servant. What a relief. Well, I do feel a little lonely, but I'll never say it, though. Y month, Z day. Every day, I receive a letter from my sister. In itself, that's very exciting. But it's exciting, yet. The contents are mostly the same every time, like, Luke is amazing, or Alice is incredible, or his dark magic is insane. It's been like this the whole time. I get it already, So could you please write a bit about your own situation too? And anything that's more than half filled with crazy doesn't count as a real letter. Hurry up and come back, you magic idiot. K month, Y day. After about a year of my sister being in Gilbadia, she finally came back. Yay. Yeah, honestly, I'm happy. I guess I missed her in a way. But still. As soon as she comes back, she's like, I've decided to be a teacher for about 3 years, so please take care of me. Whoa, 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 isn't that a bit too rushed? Sigh, my sister's reckless freedom really amazes me. I have a feeling I know why. It's probably because of that Luke kid who manifested the dark attribute, right? Geez. The entrance exam is still coming up, and it's not even certain she'll pass, but my sister is being too hasty. After all, our school is a pretty amazing magic academy. It's not as simple as just saying you want to become a teacher and making it happen. Well, I guess my sister could probably do it. Despite all that, my sister is an amazing person who has risen to the rank of Magic Knight. She's so lazy at home, but she worked so hard to become a Magic Knight, which is the complete opposite of me. But when it comes to things she loves, she's always straightforward and uncompromising. That's the part of her I respect the most, my big sister. Z month, Z day. Today was the entrance exam day for Aslan Magic Academy. Yeah, Luke was really incredible. I was curious because my sister kept talking about him so much, but I think he'll definitely pass. The practical exams were all over in an instant, so I didn't get to see much of the actual magic. But I think that kid has the same innate talent as sister. Even if you manifest a good attribute, it's meaningless if you lack the magical aptitude to wield it. Yet, there are some truly special people who possess both extraordinary talents. However, those who can do anything from the start tend to be surprisingly fragile, which worries me. No, that's why we teachers need to support them. Alright, I'm feeling motivated. But the thing is, I love children a lot, yet I get extremely nervous and end up sounding stiff. It's like I'm trying to act cool. The character I've built up for myself at the academy has become set in stone. What a tragedy. No, I can't be weak-willed, Freya. This year I'll be a teacher who's more approachable, someone the students can freely consult about anything. And so, my plan to make a grand debut as a homeroom teacher began. Just kidding. M month, N day. Finally, I've been assigned as a first-year homeroom teacher. Yay. I'm so incredibly happy. Being a homeroom teacher was a dream of mine. I'm truly delighted. But I'm also a little anxious. This academy isn't all fun and games, after all. What with the ranking system, everyone tends to be so grim. There are always students who end up transferring out in their first year. The more I think about it, the more anxious I'm getting. What should I do? I wonder if I can really do it. Even if a student talks to me, I still get incredibly nervous, and my tone ends up sounding so stiff. I'm too anxious. I feel like I'm going to fail spectacularly. It probably won't be much help, but I'll try consulting my sister later. W month, Y day. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the first day of school for the new students. I'm so anxious. Somehow, constantly thinking about this has even given me a slight stomachache at the academy. It's not extremely painful, just a persistent, nagging discomfort. Help me, big sis. But you always look so well rested, I'm jealous. At least be a little anxious, won't you? Big sis, you're not exactly skilled at teaching others, you know. I hate how you're a genius. You just intuitively understand everything. When I was a child and you helped me with my studies or taught me magic, I truly didn't understand anything. For studying, the amount of information was just too much. You'd teach me background knowledge and advanced content all at once, and my head would nearly explode. As for magic, it was even worse. It was just a continuous stream of onomatopoeia, like Guan, not Shorulun. Really, what is that? How can you write academic papers like that? I'll never understand the genius intuition. Sigh. But just thinking about you helped me relax a bit. Thank you. W month, X day. Oh no. Oh no, 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 oh no. This is really bad. Today was my first day as a homeroom teacher. I immediately had a ranking battle. Luke and Abel, the top-ranked and the lowest-ranked students. A ranking battle at this time of year is still permitted. I got so hyped up that I approved it without the Academy's permission, and got scolded quite a bit, but I don't regret it at all. Because both of them were truly amazing. It was just mind-blowingly crazy. First of all, why were they both fighting with swords? From there, it was just too confusing. Well, I can kind of understand Abel's case. Stacking reinforcement magic. He's like a bundle of unknown potential. He's truly incredible. But he still seems to be getting swept up by the magic. His movements are too linear. He can't even envelop his sword in magic. This can eventually be compensated with magical tools, but not being able to perform the sword-breaking technique is fatal. To establish his style as a swordsman, that's absolutely necessary. He has a lot of challenges. But I'm really looking forward to it. Abel and Luke, they might just overturn the common belief that mages should only fight with magic. In that case, they'd be magic swordsmen. And then, there's Luke. This kid is amazing. Seriously, just amazing. Despite having many areas to improve, Abel's speed is a huge threat. I couldn't keep up with my eyes. If I were him, I'd counterattack with wide-range magic. No, I think any mage who can use attribute magic would do that. Even if he's that fast, if you eliminate any place for him to escape, it's fine. But Luke simply countered him with his sword, without any enhancement at all. I just couldn't understand it. Even I, who knows little about swords, could clearly see the extraordinary skill in Luke's sword techniques. And that dark magic he showed at the end. It was so incredible that I was stunned for a moment. I had heard it from my older sister. The darkness has the ability to absorb. But is it really that much? Because I was mesmerized and my magical resistance was delayed, about half of my power was absorbed. The magical artifact that was maintaining my magical barrier was completely destroyed as well. But I think I understand why my older sister is so attached to this child. Because it's a child that anyone can see is exceptionally special. Oh, and my teacher debut was a complete failure. I'll be going for the cool teacher character again this year as well. Depressing. Month our day. A few days have passed since classes started. It's been going remarkably well, somehow. Looks like they're getting along well in the dorm too. Since there's a hierarchy, everyone around me is a rival. But there are also aspects where I have to cooperate with my classmates. If I don't actively share information and help each other improve, there's no way I can beat the upperclassmen. Well, there are exceptions every year, though. More importantly, Mia and Lloyd have their rank battle tomorrow. For first-year students, this will be their first official rank battle in front of the public. They must be anxious. I wonder if there's anything I can do. Actually, I'm opposed to first-year students having rank battles. I think it should be allowed from the second year at the earliest. First, they should cultivate their hearts. That way, there would be fewer students dropping out in their first year. It's sad that someone like me can't change the system of this academy. But Mia, Lloyd, do your best. I'm cheering for you. Month's day. The result of the rank battle is Lloyd's win. Mia is an exceptional talent who has manifested 3 attributes. Her potential is no less than Lloyd's. But this time, her weakness in the mental aspect and the delayed progress unique to multi-attribute users stood out. While the result was a quick one, I think the content was very good. Surely, this experience will lead to great growth for the both of them. Lloyd is good at combat itself. Since Mia can use 3 attributes, his options are inevitably more limited. So he overwhelms with tremendous firepower before anything can be done to him. It's simple, but the optimal solution. It's very reasonable. However, I'm worried about Mia. This was probably her first major setback. I wonder if she'll be okay. I thought about calling out to her, but I left her alone for today. I thought that no matter what I say, it wouldn't reach her heart right now. If it were me, I'd want to be left alone. But I'll try talking to her tomorrow. Month T day. It's over, 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 it's over. Today, Mia came to get permission to use the magic training grounds. I thought she was recovering quickly, but then, because of the curse of my cool teacher persona, I said something very insensitive. So I went to apologize. And then, Luke was there, talking to Mia. I couldn't hear their voices, but it was clearly not a normal conversation. Because Mia started crying and clinging to Luke. Overcome by curiosity, I watched intently, and then Luke started walking towards me. In a panic, I hastily hid in the janitor's closet locker. I was caught. And in my flustered state, I made a completely nonsensical statement about the probability of a teacher hiding in a janitor's closet locker, when that is in fact the reality. And then left. Ah, my image is ruined. What face am I supposed to show at school from tomorrow? Big sis, help me. The text becomes illegible. Chapter 2: The Hero and the Demon Lord. Part 1. I opened the door to my room and entered, then crawled into my bed. I buried my face in the pillow and let out a deep sigh, releasing the fatigue from before. My consciousness became very relaxed. I'm tired. The words came out naturally. It was a sincere expression of my feelings. Yes, I am tired. I'm very tired. I twisted my body and lay on my back, gazing blankly at the ceiling, pondering. Why is it that unexpected events always seem to happen around me? If I trace it back, it started when I asked Alfred to teach me the sword. My knowledge of the original story is still vague, and I only have a rough idea of the characters. But I'm certain that Alfred was not the type to say, even if you turn to evil, I want to see what you, Lord Luke, will accomplish. Wasn't he supposed to quit being a butler to teach Abel the sword? Then there's Alice. She wasn't the type to go around panting. Either. I thought she would be more of a villainous-like character. In any case, it was after that mock battle the day after the party that Alice started acting strange. And Yorand, who the heck is that? I don't recall such a character in the original story. It's hard to forget a character that strong. I see. So it seems that the root cause of all this is me. No, I can no longer deny it. The people I've interacted with have strayed far from their original characters. I'm curious about Freya's odd behavior, but there's no use thinking about it. Every rule has its exceptions, and Freya is Amelia's sister, after all. I see, so there are no exceptions either. In the end, it's all because of the one change I made. My efforts. That's the only difference from the original story. I quickly accepted Luke's inherent arrogant nature, so I didn't particularly act like a good person. And since my knowledge of the original story is vague, I haven't been able to take preemptive measures against the upcoming events. I can't even do that. That's all there is to it. Just my efforts. With just that, why have these strange people been gathering around me so much? No, is it because they've become that way by interacting with me? Losing would be my bad ending, the furthest thing from happiness. If I fail even once, I won't be able to recover from that defeat, and my life will surely become gloomy. That's why, from the moment I remembered my past life until now, I've been relentlessly honing my skills without any compromise. I haven't done anything wrong. However, I must realize that the impact of my mere efforts is far greater than I imagined. Luke, who was supposed to only appear in the Academy arc, is now, well, that's about his extent. So I underestimated the influence I would have on this story. Well, nothing has changed. That's right, nothing has changed. Even if I continue my efforts, troublesome events will keep happening. But I mustn't lose sight of the priority. Continuing to win. That is the most important thing for me. I will never waver on this, no matter what happens. That's why, no matter how much trouble arises, I must never stop pursuing strength. No matter what happens. At that moment, Mia came to my mind. I will never stop my efforts, no matter what happens. But I can't let something like that happen again. Well, that was my own selfish mistake. All the events so far have been teaching me about the heart of humans, which is still unknown. Thinking about it made my stomach hurt a little again. It's more of an unpleasant feeling than a painful one. Maybe since coming to this academy, I've been unconsciously overstressing myself. So many things have happened. No, too many things have happened. The stress from all that must have led to this stomach issue, triggered by the Mia incident. I'll stop thinking about it and get some rest for now. Hopefully, I'll be able to keep trying my best after this. Part 2. Come on, Abel. Let's go. Yes, sir. I'm ready. As soon as Teacher Blood gave the signal, I wrapped my sword in magic power. I've been devoting all my time, aside from sleeping, to this training. But it's really difficult, and I just can't. I've told you so many times. You're focusing too much on the magic control. The flaming arrow is closing in on me. I barely managed to dodge to the side just in time. If my reaction had been a bit slower, I would have been hit directly. The battle has already started. Keep your eyes on me at all times. Yes, sir. Hey, let's go. Don't stop thinking. Look closely. Observe well, think, and predict. Slashing magic. The technique of slashing magic that I first learned from Teacher Blood. He said this is the most important skill for a swordsman who cannot use magic when fighting against a mage. By manipulating magical power or magic tools, it seems possible to imbue the sword with magical power. But, not just magical power. It feels like I'm using a completely different power. I narrowly dodged the sphere of flames that was approaching through the gaps in my consciousness. Am I an idiot? I'm in the middle of a battle right now. The relentless magic attacks from Teacher Blood. Evade, and then strike. Little by little, I close the distance. Don't hurry, don't stop thinking. Make sure my movements don't become monotonous. What will Teacher Blood do next? Observe the opponent carefully. Keep thinking. Body strengthening. First, a single stage. When I fought with Luke, I immediately activated my limit, body strengthening. But that won't do. It's too slow. For some reason, Luke waited for me, but it was too slow, leaving a clear opening. Body strengthening. So, one stage at a time. Don't rush. Alright, now 2 stages. I have much more room to dodge. This is the limit of what I can fully control right now. But it's enough. Repeat the predictions, evade, and then slash with slashing magic. That's all I need to focus on for now. The distance between me and Teacher Blood is gradually closing. And then, as always, it's flame wall. As expected. My only strengthening magic, body strengthening, pairs well with the slashing magic. The stronger the strike, the larger the magic that can be slashed. Slashing magic, what? You're still too soft, Abel. I slashed through Teacher Blood's flame wall. And then, his fist was right in front of me. Section. Oh. If it hurts this much, you should go see the priest. I am okay. I've challenged him many times since then, but I've never won even once. Teacher Blood comes from a knight family, so he's not a swordsman, but he's knowledgeable about swords. That's why his advice is always appropriate and easy to understand, though his mouth is a bit foul. But, it's fun. The training with my master has focused on increasing my strength. But here, I'm being taught how to use that power. So no matter how painful and tough it is, it's fresh and enjoyable. But still, the reason I am where I am now is because of the days I spent with my master. If it weren't for my master, I wouldn't even be at the starting line. Thank you very much, master. You know, Abel, you sometimes get into a pretty dangerous situation. Teacher Blood's voice brought me back to reality. Is that so? Yeah. Not that I'm interested or anything, but don't get too worked up, okay? Worked up. I felt a slight catch in the meaning of Teacher Blood's words. I didn't have the self-awareness that I was getting worked up. You see, to me, it looks like you're getting worked up. To put it more bluntly, you're too obsessed with getting stronger. I see, maybe that's true. Being passionate is good. But if you get too passionate and worked up, your vision narrows. Reckless choices are usually made by those who lack composure. That's true, maybe that's the case. I'm desperately craving strength. Hopelessly so. You know, Do you understand why this academy only accepts a small number of students? It's to train them with all our might. In other words, we teachers are serious about this too. So don't take it all on yourself. Ah, I see. Truly, I'm blessed. Thank you very much. TCH, I said something embarrassing again. That's it for today. Now get out of here. Yes, sir. Teacher Blood shooed me away with a wave of his hand. He's foul-mouthed and a little scary, but I've known for a long time that he's a really good person. I head towards the exit. And once more, I bow my head. Thank you very much. Ah, see you later. Then I open the door and leave the magic training ground. Training with Teacher Blood is quite tough. I'm so tired that I just want to lie down, and my whole body creaks a little with every step. But it's all pleasant. Probably because I feel fulfilled. I'm really glad I was able to enroll in this academy. Everyone is so nice. Almost everyone else is a noble, and I thought I would be looked down upon, but not at all. Well, maybe it's because everyone is so preoccupied with their own matters. It's Teacher Freya. She emerged from around the corner and started walking in my direction. Didn't she notice me? Am I that inconspicuous? I'm a bit shocked. Professor Freya. She might be muttering something. Probably lost in thought. In that case, it's better not to bother her. No, ignoring her without even greeting her wouldn't be right, would it? I quickened my pace a little to close the distance between Freya and myself. Then, excuse me, I called out in a slightly louder voice, because I thought that was the only way to get her attention. But I think that wasn't a good idea. Pew. The teacher let out a strange cry and dramatically scattered the documents she was holding. Pew. What was that? No, never mind that. I've done it now. I've just startled the teacher. Abel. Amid the fluttering documents, Freya stood there calmly, her arms crossed, not showing the slightest sign of being flustered. She fixed her cold, freezing gaze on me, startling a teacher and enjoying their reaction. You have quite the hobby, don't you, Abel? For a moment, I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unlike Freya, I was extremely flustered. I realized belatedly that she had made a terrible misunderstanding. And no, that's not it at all. I just wanted to say hi, that's all. Oh, so you're saying I'm the one at fault for getting startled by a mere greeting? No, it's my fault. Never mind. Let's gather the scattered documents. Help me. Yes, right away. Freya. She's kind of scary. She has a similar vibe to Alice, someone I'm not really comfortable with. The teacher and I started collecting the scattered documents. By the way, Abel. Freya spoke up, and my heart started racing. What is it? Have you heard anything from Luke? About me, perhaps? This was something I had absolutely no idea about. Since I had no reason to lie, I answered honestly. What? From Luke? No, not really. Luke doesn't really talk much on his own, you know? What about the other students? Didn't they say anything? Freya's intense aura was quite frightening. And no, I don't think so. I see. At that moment, I thought Freya looked relieved. But it might have just been my imagination. As we were talking, we finished collecting the scattered documents. The ranking battle between Alice and Lloyd will be held soon. If you want to climb the ranks, even a little, you should watch it. I understand. Then I'll be going. And try not to startle teachers for your own amusement. But I told you, that's not it. I watched Freya's retreating back. Somehow, Freya is a bit scary, but I don't think she's a bad person. Part 3. In the principal's office. The first thing that strikes the eye upon entering is a pair of contrasting paintings. One depicts people basking in the light of benevolence and enjoying happiness, while the other shows people struggling and suffering in the gloomy darkness. The overall impression is not one of lavish opulence, but rather of simplicity. Yet, there is a distinct elegance to this space. Whoa. It's been nearly 2 months since the new students started at this academy. Getting quite interesting, isn't it, Blood? Sheesh, old man, you've got a nasty look on your face. You're supposed to address me as principal here. Yeah, principal. Geez, since there's no one around, it's fine, isn't it? This year, the first-year students are particularly noteworthy. There are already some who've been given nicknames. They've gained quite the following, even though they've only had a match or two in the ranking battles. It's not about numbers. Those truly gifted naturally draw others to them. I find nothing particularly remarkable about it. The ranking battles are open to the public. Therefore, it is almost inevitable that students who gain popularity for various reasons emerge, be it for their strength, wisdom, or passion. Such popular students eventually come to be known by nicknames. And apparently, even among the first-year students, there are those who have already earned nicknames and await the next ranking battle. Ice Empress Alice. Azure Beast Lloyd. Little Thunder God Mia. At times, great power can captivate and enthuse people. When limited to first-year students, those at the top of the hierarchy are special in the eyes of all. This is evident even to those with a shallow understanding of magic. However, the ones drawing the most attention now are not them. Hero Abel, is it? Not a bad nickname, Blood quietly chuckled. His expression contained undisguised delight and pride. Yes, Abel, who is no longer at the very bottom of the rankings. He has become the most prominent figure of attention. Alice, Lloyd, and Mia. They were clearly exceptional talents. There was no doubt about it. However, this was Aslan Magic Academy, where those with magical abilities gathered. Exceptional talents were common every year. Or, to put it bluntly, the audience was used to seeing them. But then, Abel appeared. His obvious disadvantage was that he couldn't use elemental magic. Yet, he had overwhelming physical abilities and swordsmanship through enhancement magic. A remarkably simple power. In this academy, he was far from a noble of high status. For better or worse, there were many reasons to want to root for Abel. Abel's ranking battle, which took place in front of the citizens, was just the first one. It was a battle against Hugo, with whom he had a history from the entrance exam. Against Hugo, who was unleashing flashy elemental magic with the powerful rock attribute, Abel stood up to him with just a sword. Like a true hero. As a result, Abel won his first victory, and his popularity exploded. If young Master Abel can't use elemental magic, it'll be a bit troublesome. So in that sense, I'm relieved. I hate how the headmaster thinks like that, you know. Ho, you just need to get used to it. I see. But it's not all good, is it? Well, this time I can kind of understand it, though. So it's about the transfer, Can't be helped. This academy is fine as it is. Abel's victory had caused one problem. Hugo's transfer. When Abel enrolled at Aslan Magic Academy, most had already acknowledged his abilities. However, it was also true that there were some who looked down on him for not being able to use elemental magic. Hugo was one of them. In this academy, there was no end to looking up at those above you. Therefore, having someone below you brought a sense of peace to the mind. But the backlash of that was an even deeper despair. Hugo's transfer now was likely due to the despair of being defeated by the one he had considered inferior. Well, he has a chance to return to this academy. It depends on his future efforts. As cold as ever, aren't you? So, can I keep an eye on Abel? Of course. I'm glad I left it to you. I see, thanks. Ho. You seem to have taken quite a liking to him. But I can't have you causing trouble by taking him away. No, that's not it. I just don't like people who lack enthusiasm. Well, I'm off now. I've got things to do. Saying that, Blood turned on his heel and headed for the door. See you later, old man. He closed the door without hesitation, leaving those words behind. Ho. Blood is as energetic as ever. Yes. Today, I finally get to see Luke's ranking battle. Dark magic. How exciting. Watch this. Okay, I'm watching. I took the wooden piece that Amelia had prepared and activated a certain magic. Devouring darkness. Instantly, a small darkness appeared in the palm of my hand. Not only did I feel my magical power being drained, but there was also a slight lethargy in my body. This was the current limit. However, this was the culmination of 2 months of hard work. This was a magic that I had painstakingly completed. It was no ordinary feat. I dropped the wooden piece into the darkness. The wooden piece was slowly consumed by the darkness and completely disappeared. Yes, my dark magic had not only affected magical power, but also physical matter. This was a significant progress. I couldn't help but smile. Darkness consumes all. So that's how it is. The legends were true. They were true. Whoa. Luke, that's just insane. Yeah. As expected, Amelia was delighted to the point of being overwhelming. Truly overwhelming. Well, I was able to complete this magic thanks to Amelia as well. The knowledge I gained from her class, applied attribute magic, with its abundance of onomatopoeia, had been a big help. For now, this is the extent of it, but eventually. Her eyes were completely strange, devoid of light. Muttering under her breath, drooling from the corner of her mouth, and rapidly taking notes. It's so terrifying, with her wide range of interpretations and the effects on others and whatnot. Hey, are you listening? I lightly tapped her shoulder. Sorry. I got a little too excited. This person is undoubtedly incredibly talented, but somehow something seems broken. It's been that way ever since I met her. Speaking of which, Luke, wasn't your ranking battle today? It's a boring opponent. He's a upperclassman, you know. My current ranking in the academy as a whole is 81st. Since I've made progress in my magic research, I was thinking of having a ranking battle soon. But to be honest, I'm not really feeling up to it. I already have information on my opponent. I watched their ranking battle once, but there was nothing particularly noteworthy. They're just a user of water magic. The upperclassmen seem to be more skilled in the actual magic battles rather than the magic itself. But it doesn't really concern me, since I can use dark magic. Well, it's not like there aren't any interesting opponents. Isn't it about time already? We should get going then. This carefree attitude, it's so Luke-like. But I'll be cheering for you. I'm definitely going to watch. Hey. The expression on this person's face is indescribable, but it's a dangerously ecstatic one. I wonder what kind of emotions are driving them to come watch. It's probably not just pure cheering. Section. As Luke entered the arena, his second-year opponent, Polpon, followed. This alone sent the audience's energy to its peak, with thunderous cheers echoing through. The rumor is that this year's first-year students are an exceptionally talented bunch. That's why the expectations for Luke, the top first year, have been continually growing. And now, their ranking battle is finally happening. It's easy to understand the frenzy. I've heard the rumors about you. They say you're a monster who uses dark magic. You're already a topic of discussion among the upperclassmen. I see. Is that so? Luke's response was just that, not even trying to hide his condescending feelings. With his eyes showing no emotion, it's no wonder Polpon felt irritated. He really does look young. Is he really an upperclassman? But somehow, I feel like I've met him before somewhere. Ignoring Polpon's irritation, Luke was thinking just about that level of things. There's a strange sense of familiarity, but I can't recall it. But I can't lose. I can't lose. No matter what, I have to win. Polpon's impassioned voice echoed. That intense aura managed to stir Luke's emotions, if only a little. That's some serious drive. But that's about it. There's no other emotion beyond that. His thoughts simply turn calmly towards victory. He imagines all the possible scenarios and comes up with answers for each one. Luke is only thinking about how to achieve a complete, overwhelming victory. The two take their distance. Everyone waited for that moment. On one side, Polpon glares at his opponent, while on the other, Luke wears a thin, mocking smile. The contrast is stark. Polpon readies his staff, and Luke simply observes without making a move. The audience's expectations swell to no end, and then begin. The battle is finally set in motion. In an instant, a spell is activated. But it's not Luke's. Flight. Watching Polpon take to the skies with good control, Luke thinks, "That's a well-practiced flight spell. But can you fly like I can?" Polpon immediately starts channeling magic for his next spell. But now it's Luke's turn. Wings of Darkness. Polpon had expected Luke to be able to use the advanced flight spell. But those black wings were unexpected. For a moment, his eyes were captivated, and his spell activation was slightly delayed. That was a much too big of an opening against Luke. Ha! That was all Polpon managed to recognize before a split-second wing flap. When he realized it, Luke was in front of him, wearing a gashed grin. It was an event that was beyond all comprehension. Goo-ha! A strong impact on right cheek. Before he could even realize that he was simply punched, Polpon fell and was slammed into the ground. Intense pain ran through his entire body. Even so, Polpon did not let his consciousness for casting magic waver. "I won't lose. I'll win no matter what." It was an insatiable obsession for victory. Take this Dragon King of Water. Polpon knew that ordinary magic would be meaningless against Luke. Therefore, no tricks. He released his strongest magic. The Dragon King born from water ascends to the heavens, aiming to pierce the hated enemy. That's a good spell. Even as the Dragon King, boasting a size many times his own, approached, Luke's smile did not falter. Rather, what filled his heart was a delight that exceeded his own imagination, if only slightly. But that's all. Dark sun. He felt no threat at all. A small dark sun created in the palm of Luke's hand. It absorbed the Dragon King with astonishing ease. As if it was nourishment, the small sun grew into a massive one. The venue fell silent at the spectacle. Shock, excitement, and irresistible anticipation. What on earth will happen next? What will he show us? The eruption of cheers after the silence was because this battle had captivated the hearts of the people to the point where blinking felt burdensome. "No way. Heh, you're making a good face." All expression disappeared from Polpon's face. The surging fighting spirit, the unyielding obsession. Watching them disappear before his eyes filled Luke with an indescribable delight. That's right. The massive dark sun that had captivated everyone's eyes suddenly vanished. Amid the stunned silence, Luke activated his next spell. Let's see, I believe it was like this. Dragon King of Water. The Dragon King of Water appeared. The word despair had become too mild. How much time must have been spent to master this magic? Without words, Polpon could only stare at it. That's strange. Isn't that my magic? It was a mistake. Even thinking of fighting was foolish. His heart sank into darkness. In that moment, Polpon's will to fight was completely lost. Ha 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 ha. Polpon let out a dry laugh. Ahahaha. Approaching was the Dragon King of Water, his supposed ally. Giving up everything, Polpon closed his eyes. Only the joyful laughter of Luke continued to resound until the very end. Section. Due to its rarity, dark magic was not a familiar concept to the majority of the population. Therefore, the image that everyone had envisioned on the spot became his very epithet. Demon King. Clad in darkness, with an evil smile, his form of vanquishing enemies was truly that of a demon king. From that day on, the number of enthusiastic fans captivated by Luke's immense power would increase exponentially. And needless to say, that would end up supporting Yoren's plan to make him a king. Chapter 4. Crying Brings Troubles. Part 1. In the drawing room of the Gilbert estate, there were 4 men present. The atmosphere was far from amiable. It was ominous, as if the opening of a war was imminent. The air was oppressively tense. "Welcome, Earl Lennox. So, what business do you have with me? Or should we start with greetings first?" "That's unnecessary, Count Gilbert." While outwardly composed, Earl Lennox's irritation and hostility were palpable. Yoren, who was also present, observed this with a thin smile. I can understand why Count Gilbert summoned me. This is quite suspicious. What on earth could the influential noble of the king's faction want? There is a private matter I wish to discuss, but why is a member of House Lonsdale here? You must know the relationship between House Gilbert and House Lonsdale is no different than that man standing by your side. Speak your piece. Very well. Though he said that, Earl Lennox's insides were seething. For someone who is usually treated with respect, Claude's arrogant behavior was simply unbearable. Let me be direct. What are you plotting? What do you mean by plotting? Don't play dumb with me. Lennox slammed his hand on the table and stood up, clearly angry, but not even a flicker of change could be seen on Claude's expression. Rather, he seemed to find it amusing, his thin smile suggesting as much. This only further grated on Lennox's nerves. I may not have fully grasped your intentions yet, but I've noticed your odd movements. It can't be a coincidence that many are switching to the noble faction lately, and so, what? Even if I was behind this, what can you do about it? You. Lennox nearly let slip a rash statement, but managed to swallow it back. Still, his unabated anger led him to pull out a letter from his chest and thrust it towards Claude. This must be your doing as well. What is this? A letter. From my third daughter Mia, who attends the Aslan Magic Academy. Ah, I see. In an instant, numerous possibilities flashed through Claude's mind. But no matter how he thought about it, nothing came to mind. In other words, this was something he had not anticipated. Claude glanced sideways at Urand, but Urand simply shook his head slightly. So you still insist on playing dumb? Roughly retrieving the contents, Lennox pointed to a particular part. There, it was written. I intend to devote myself to Luke. The moment he read that, Urand instinctively covered his mouth. He had let slip a distorted smile, which he didn't want to be noticed. Magnificent. Luke, you are truly magnificent. The following text stated that if this was not accepted, she would leave home. Mia understood. She knew how valuable she was to House Lennox, being a wielder of the three attributes. She had that kind of strength. Of course, Earl Lennox would not readily accept this, and in his fury, he had come to the one he believed was the root cause. Claude. However, his purpose was not just that. It's been less than 2 months, and she's already talking about devoting herself. Damn it. Mia was being courted by the first prince and the heir of the Dumont house. If she leaves home, my standing will be ruined. Claude inwardly sneered at this display. What a truly incompetent man. To show such a weakness to me, the noble faction. But still, my son is indeed remarkable. To have even captivated a noble daughter from the king's faction. Well, that's only natural. For Luke, who has surpassed even me, to receive the affections of such a one, it is simply the natural order of things. If this were not a formal meeting, Claude's face would have surely broken into a broad grin. But as someone who never reveals even a sliver of vulnerability to others, he maintained his composure. His thoughts calmly continued to turn. What is the most advantageous choice in this situation? And Urand, too, was trembling with delight. He was convinced that the world was smiling upon him. Count Claude is an excellent person. He's sure to reach the same conclusion as me. Now, I can certainly bring House Lennox over to the noble faction. If he could bring in the influential noble of the king's faction, Urand's plans would take a huge leap forward. For him, the world would become even more interesting. He had planned to first solidify the noble faction, but he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Even so, I wonder how Luke did it. To captivate Mia this much in just 2 months. I can't do that. Haha, you really do entertain me, don't you? As Urand was lost in these thoughts, the dejected Count Lennox suddenly looked up. But that's already settled. The reason I've come here today is not to discuss such matters. Count Lennox couldn't help but let out a sigh. The previous talk was like a rant that had slipped out due to a momentary lapse of composure. So what is the true purpose that brought him to Claude's place? It is, I would like you to accept Mia as the wife of your legitimate son, Luke Wizaria Gilbert. Yes, he has come for an arranged marriage proposal. In contrast to Claude, Count Lennox is a person who hardly has any affection for children. If they are capable, he will raise them for the sake of the family name, but if they are incompetent, he will disown them without any hesitation. That's the kind of person he is. But precisely because of this ruthlessness, He can think in the most rational way, and that is also the reason he has attained his current status and power. Mia grew up without knowing a parent's love. Therefore, she has an unconscious need to prove her own worth. To be needed by someone. To be noticed by someone. That's why she competes with Alice and is so obsessed with being needed by Luke. Cuckoo. So in other words, you're switching your allegiance to the noble faction? Yes, it's better to make the decision quickly. If I lose my position, my value will decrease. And this isn't a bad deal, is it? You've already brought in several nobles from the royal faction, haven't you? I don't have a complete grasp of what the Marquis is planning, but I do know that much. Urand had a hard time suppressing the urge to burst out laughing. It's going too well, it's almost scary. To be able to draw in Count Lennox to our side this quickly. A development far exceeding his expectations. If there were no one around, Urand probably would have been rolling on the floor laughing. Claude has not yet given an answer. But even without being told, it's clear. There's no way he would refuse this. I will consider it. What? This was a shock that even made Urand inadvertently let out a surprised exclamation. For Count Lennox as well, it was far beyond his expectations. He was so taken aback that he was left dumbfounded. I am not asking you to make her your son main wife. She can be a concubine, you know? Yes, that's why I said I'll consider it. Don't make me repeat myself. What is there to consider? Enough with the mockery. Even after I've gone this far to humble myself and bow my head, don't misunderstand. The reason I said I'll consider it is not for that purpose. Then what is it? Claude elegantly sips his tea. This sight only further irritates Count Lennox, but he has no choice but to wait for Claude's words. I'll have to ask Luke about it. I'm not so foolish as to repeat the same mistake. This was a statement that Count Lennox, with his lack of affection for children, simply could not comprehend. Why would he need to ask his own child? It made absolutely no sense to him. Count Lennox had already considered switching allegiances to the noble faction the moment Luke manifested his rare dark attribute. It was all too easy to imagine that the appearance of the dark attribute would give the noble faction significant power. However, precisely because he is a terrifyingly rational person, he never imagined that Claude would hesitate to give an answer. It was not out of arrogance, but because he recognized Claude's abilities and calmly evaluated his own worth. But it's only natural that he can't understand it. Claude's thinking is the furthest thing from rational. His priority has been clear for the past 15 years. At the pinnacle of that priority is Luke's happiness. Realizing Luke's happiness is an utmost priority that must be achieved, even if it means disregarding anything else. This will never waver, not even now when the flames of ambition have been rekindled. However, Claude has made a mistake. The engagement with Alice. Because he loses his composure a little when it involves Luke, he acted hastily. Claude immediately realized this fact upon observing Luke's behavior, but he couldn't say anything. It's because he wasn't foolish enough to not understand the reason why Luke himself didn't say anything. I won't make any more mistakes, Luke. Therefore, Claude is resolved. No matter what happens, he will never again make Luke make that expression, he decides. Urand was naturally aware of the great affection Claude holds for Luke. But he didn't realize the full extent of it. So that's how it is. I had no idea it went this deep. Claude's unwavering resolve to give up everything for Luke's sake. And the depth of his affection, which he calls his fondness for children. Part 2. As the first light heralding the end of night illuminated the world, the sound that had been quietly vibrating the air fell silent. Morning. The sunlight told Luke that morning had arrived. He had been mindlessly swinging his sword, and before he knew it, the night had passed. When practicing his swordsmanship, he could avoid thinking about troublesome matters. He could focus solely on the sword. Lately, with many things on his mind and unexpected events troubling him, the time he spent gripping the sword had become invaluable to Luke. This swordless sword occasionally displays a terrifying sharpness. Sharp enough to cut, truly. Luke held the sword with both hands and examined it again. But the blade was still absent. It was a very well-made replica for training, so the lack of a blade was only natural. Alfred said that a polished sword technique retains its sharpness even without a blade. But this is something more distinct. At that moment, Luke's thoughts were interrupted. "Ah, it's cold, isn't it? Luke-kun?" He was addressed by an unexpected third party. Yes, it was not only Luke swinging a sword. "Why are you here, Abel?" A terrifying depth of concentration, where all unnecessary information vanished. It was a realm that ordinary people would find difficult to even reach. But because of this, Luke had not noticed until now. Abel, swinging a sword a short distance away. "What? Didn't you realize? I've been swinging a sword next to you all night long." "Ah, you didn't notice, did you?" Sensing his lack of presence from Luke's reaction, Abel felt a little dejected. Still, he thought he understood Luke to some extent. He casually interpreted that Luke had no ill intentions. As expected, Luke-kun is a diligent person. All he could do was try his best. But if his best efforts were not enough, he would be utterly doomed. Abel wished to one day surpass Luke. But at the same time, he was captivated by that pure and overwhelming strength. "What's with that creepy look? It's unpleasant, go away." Was I making such a weird face? Despite being treated harshly, Abel continued to approach Luke, who felt an indescribable sense of unease towards him. Luke turned on his heel to return to his room. "Ah, wait, Luke-kun." But Abel immediately followed after Luke. Luke-kun, I heard that the Empire holds a Sword Saint festival every year. Do you know about it? "I only know about it from what my teacher told me, but apparently skilled swordsmen from various countries gather to determine the best swordsman. Isn't that exciting? So, what do you think? If you'd like, would you go with me?" "Ah, I think the timing is." "Wait, were you listening?" Luke, would you like to go together?" How annoying. To get away from Abel, who kept pestering him despite being ignored, Luke quickened his pace. Of course, he knew about the Sword Saint Festival. In fact, he was even considering participating, but there was no way he would bring that up. Part 3. The Third Magic Training Ground. Right now, I'm facing off against Luke. I wanted to show him my newly completed magic before anyone else. It's not that I think I've caught up, I just wanted to know how close I've come. What's wrong? Hurry up, Lloyd. Are you really ready on your end? Are you worried about me? Don't get too full of yourself. I was hit by Luke's clear anger. Just that alone sent a shiver through my body, making the hairs on my neck stand on end and my legs go weak. Even though he's just a classmate, it's like facing a powerful monster. The pressure is overwhelming. I can't lie to myself. Deep down, I've already acknowledged it. I can't beat him. Haha. But that's so cool. Strong guys are just so cool. Damn it. This academy is really simple and nice. The world where the strong are revered, even a fool like me can understand it, and it feels comfortable. Shall we begin? Yeah, come at me. I lost to that ice woman in the rank battle. She's an unpleasant woman. Knowing that I'm confident in my magical firepower, she overpowered me with a simple magic of ice. Just blasting away won't cut it. My flames can't beat that woman's ice. At least not yet. But that's fine. I acknowledge that I'm currently inferior to the ice woman. I haven't given up on avenging myself with my firepower, but I saw this as a good opportunity to explore other options. And, simply unleashing magic won't be enough to defeat him, Luke. That's why I created this magic. A concentrated point, not a broad range. Condensing the magical power into a single point and firing it. Flaming bolt. A very thin beam of flame shot forth at a tremendous speed, aiming to burn Luke to cinders. This magic isn't meant for widespread destruction. It's designed to punch through thick barriers, for a concentrated breakthrough. Luke's dark magic can absorb anything. But even it must have a limit to how much it can absorb at once. Dark barrier. Luke deployed a defensive spell. My flame clashed with his darkness, and then pierced through, grazing Luke's cheek. Impressive. Ha. Yes. I couldn't help but raise my fist. I did it. Damn, I'm so happy. My flame pierced through Luke's darkness. After breaking the barrier, my magic had weakened considerably. I still can't perfectly condense the magical power. The issues to work on are endless. But this is a huge step forward. I see. So you concentrated the magical power into a single point and fired it. A simple but good magic. The key is the density, as expected of you. To understand this much just from taking it once. By linking it with magical sense and paring down the waste of conventional magical barriers, you can create a highly dense barrier with a focused range. Cuckoo. This can even be applied to Dark Blessing. I couldn't understand at all what Luke was talking about. Now, do it again. What do you mean by, fire that magic one more time? Got it. Despite my bewilderment, I complied. I have to obey someone stronger than me. Though barely, my magic did reach Luke. Or at least, it should have. Flaming bolt. Dark barrier. The same magic as before. Yet the result was completely different. My flaming bolt was swallowed by the darkness and vanished. TCH. For some reason, laughter welled up in me. Really, what the hell was that? On the first day, seeing Luke's magic, I thought he was a monster. Apparently, my perception was still too naive. Is the effort I'm putting in something that can be overcome in an instant by Luke? I see. You've understood the essence. Your magic is something like this, isn't it? Dark bolt. I sensed the magical power gathering at Luke's fingertips. It felt similar. I couldn't believe it. In that moment, the condensed darkness grazed my cheek. I was left speechless. And then, ha. As expected, you're amazing. You're truly amazing. The various emotions welling up within me overflowed as laughter. He's truly incredible. This isolated power that leaves no one else in its wake. Damn, he's so freaking cool. But I can't help but think, I shouldn't aim to become like him. Thanks. I'll be counting on you again. That was a good magic. Leaving the magic training ground. Cuckoo. It may have been rough, but it was truly a good magic. He really does have something excellent. I think he's no less than Alice or Mia. However, it's still boring. Magic may be profoundly deep, but the things I wanted to do can be accomplished too easily. Above all, there's less of that thrilling back and forth in magical combat, like with swords. That pulsing excitement of the weak overcoming the strong. Well, this is probably because my attribute is darkness, which can nullify most magic, so it can't be helped. After all, swords are better, Chem. Lost in thought as I walked, I felt a gaze. Turning around, our eyes met, and the person hurriedly walked away. A woman with purple hair. I'm not sure if I've seen her before or not. There was a girl like that in our year, I think. Well, whatever. Good work, Luke Kuan. From another direction, I was called out to again. It was Polpon, the source of my troubles these past few days. Wait for me. I somehow feel an annoyance from this one, similar to Abel. No matter how much I reject or ignore him, he keeps coming after me. It's unpleasant. That day we talked in my room, this prince said some insane things about making me his pawn. Of course, I refused. Or at least, I thought I had. But this persistent guy just keeps coming to me ever since that day. No, I also bear some responsibility. Just out of mild curiosity, I asked him, if you became king, what would you do? Well, I'm glad you ask. First, I'd consider the baseline needed for the country's functioning, and then start cleaning out the incompetent nobles. I don't know how many years it would take, but until this country becomes united, none of the strategies I have in mind can truly be realized. I think I'll start with rule through fear. Polpon answered enthusiastically. The casual way he said the word clean. It likely meant stripping titles from incompetent nobles, and showing no mercy to those who resist. This pure, cold-blooded cruelty, so at odds with his appearance, was somewhat intriguing and impressive. But this was not good. This is what had emboldened his persistence. What's wrong, Luke? Are you tired? In reality, it was not that simple. First, overwhelming military might that no one could defy would be necessary. For that, the king's faction would need greater power, and as Polpon said, it could take years. Even so, the cold, blade-like heart that could unhesitatingly take other lives for the sake of the country was somewhat interesting. Also, I found myself thinking. Sensing my reaction, Polpon started following me around. "Ah. Are you really okay, Luke? You seem quite tired. I think you need me as a pawn in your game, don't you? Then you wouldn't have to be this exhausted. No, it's your fault, you fool. Ah, that's right. The one who's first in the ranking, that girl, will be returning from the magic corps training soon. You know her well, don't you? After all, she's the heiress of House Godwin, Elanora." Chem. Elanora? For some reason, that name, unfamiliar as it should have been, piqued my interest slightly. Section. "Come again tomorrow, Carnis. Fellas." "Sure thing. The food was delicious. See you later, master. Thank you for the meal." The tall man called Carnis. The petite girl called Felis. The one thing they had in common was the turbans they wore. Phew. I ate a lot today. Ha. What's wrong, Felis? You don't seem energetic. Looks like you're brooding about something again. Nothing's progressing. Since that day. Nothing at all. Things are progressing properly, you know. Where? We now know that our goal is not just magic, but to also be skilled swordsmen. The veracity is still uncertain, but this information is invaluable. Geez, don't give me that scary look. At that moment, Carnis saw a man in a black hood disappear into the alley. From his gait and overall aura, he immediately recognized him as another of their kind. Though normally they would ignore such a thing, as it didn't concern them. The operation is tonight. Secure the darkness. Yes. His keen hearing had caught their conversation. Thus, it became something he could not ignore. It was easy to imagine what their darkness referred to. He had to confirm if his guess was correct. Felis. Yeah. I heard. We should confirm. That's right. But my orders are absolute. Understood. Got it. With those words, Carnis and Felis disappeared into the dark night, blending in like shadows. Part 4. The time when even the trees and grass are asleep. In the dead of night, 3 men in black hoods were running. Their footsteps were barely perceptible, a refined gait. Let's do a final confirmation. This magical tool can obstruct the magical power in a given area. However, the effect lasts only about 5 minutes. After that, it will self-destruct to mitigate the risk of information leakage. So in other words, failure is not an option, right? Understood. That's right. Neutralize the darkness and shackle the magic binding before the time limit expires. Roger that. Acknowledged. Their destination was the dormitory of the Aslan Magic Academy. Normally, it should have had rigorous anti-intruder measures with numerous magical tools, but for some reason, nothing reacted. The men reached the dormitory and went around to the back. Then, simply placing a hand on the door, it opened without difficulty. The information was accurate. Wow, they're really lax, huh? Shut up, don't let your guard down. Failure is not an option for us. Okay. Sorry about that. Admonishing his chatty companion, the man continued. So far, the information has been accurate. However, anticipate unexpected circumstances. Activate this magical tool immediately after entering the dormitory. From then on, keep strict awareness of the time. Understand? Understood. Alrighty. Exactly 5 minutes, no problem. Agreed. You really don't say more than 2 words, do you? Then let's go. The man in charge took the lead and opened the door. They invaded the inside and activated the magical device as declared. The flaw of this magical device is that it also affects them, but that was known from the beginning. It's not a problem. So the 3 men immediately sprang into action. The first place they arrived at was the dining hall. On the passage, there were 2 men who seemed to be guards lying unnaturally. They were still breathing, so they weren't dead. But the men showed no surprise at seeing this, and simply took a cursory glance before continuing on their way. They walked with no hesitation, as if thoroughly familiar with the darkened dormitory interior. And the men stopped in front of a certain room, exchanging a silent signal. This is it. The door was locked, but the man skillfully unlocked it with a practiced hand. After another silent signal, he quietly opened the door. Oh my, welcome. What? The man let out a cry of surprise, the first unexpected thing to happen here. A small light was already lit. The figure revealed in its glow was a beautiful girl with silver hair calmly sitting on the bed. The momentary bewilderment passed quickly. The man's next action was swift. If she were to scream, failure would be assured in that instant. I have to kill her. I don't know who she is, but I must stop her breathing right now. Somehow a stiletto had appeared in his right hand, and with clear murderous intent, he raised it towards the silver-haired girl only to let it drop with a clatter. So you are an enemy after all. Knowing that is enough. What is it? Luke woke up with an undeniable sense of unease. The lingering drowsiness, the accompanying discomfort and irritation. They were overwhelmed by an intense sense of unease he had never experienced before. But the cause was quickly apparent. All the magic constantly active was, for some reason, not functioning. What? And he realizes that he can't use any magic at all. It's clearly an abnormal situation. As his consciousness clears, he understands more deeply. His magical power has been stolen. In that moment, a single possibility emerged in Luke's mind. It was dark magic. Yes, this is his own all-consuming magic. It's the first time he's experienced it himself, but Luke had a sense of certainty. But it doesn't matter now. His thought process switched like a severed line. In other words, he began dealing with the current situation. I can't use magic. I see, so it's a first-come, first-served situation. A good discovery. But I can still sense the magical power. Since he has been linking his perception ability and magic, information about the magical power around him is constantly flowing into Luke's mind. Therefore, his magical power sensing is terrifyingly precise and wide-ranging, far beyond what an ordinary mage could imagine. He hones his focus, and easily discerns that someone is approaching this way. Then he let out a small sigh. Again, is it again? Lately, Luke has been feeling a lot of stress. The fact that Alice is sleeping next to him now is also due to that. Even though he knows it's not good, the number of times he's invited Alice to his room has been increasing. Although, it's closer to ordering her rather than inviting her. The familiar, troublesome presence. The emotion Luke felt in this situation, along with a stomach ache, was a mixture of disappointment and resignation at the again. But even as he sighed, his thoughts were coolly accelerating to deal with this unforeseen situation. Hey, wake up, Alice. What's wrong, Luke? Foo. Could it be you want to do it, Aga? Shut up, just answer what I ask. Can you use magic? That's what? No, I can't. I see. At least I'm not the only one. Well, never mind. Luke got up and went to the desk. Then he opened the drawer. Inside was a short sword. This was a real short sword given to him by Alfred when he entered this academy. Gazing at it, Luke twisted his lips into a cruel smile while recalling Alfred's teachings. Luke's armor, the essence of using hidden weapons, is to strike when least expected. The techniques Alfred taught him for killing enemies. Luke had been puzzled by those inhumane teachings at the time, but now even that has become nostalgic. Mr. Alfred, I can't thank you enough. He draws the short sword. He hasn't handled it for a while, but his body remembers the motions. Then, there is no problem at all. You should be able to sense it too. Someone is coming this way. Yes, it seems so. In this situation, we don't know if they're friend or foe. You're just in the way. Hurry and hide somewhere. Wait. Is there nothing I can do? What can you do when you can't use magic? I think I can be a bait, Luke thought to himself. What? At this moment, Luke was a little surprised at himself. He realized that he had unconsciously dismissed the option of using Alice as bait. True, if Alice was the bait, it would be easier to catch them off guard. But why did I? No, never mind. This is not the time to be thinking about that. His thoughts raced. Discarding his emotions, he calmly sought the optimal solution in this situation. Assuming they are the enemy, not just one, but multiple. Since they are approaching us directly, this is not a spur-of-the-moment thing, but a planned operation. In any case, their target is me. But the information is too vague. And in this situation where I can't use magic, there is likely a user of dark magic. Or the possibility of an unknown power or technology. Whichever it is, if I can't win, it's all over. Then, Luke decided. Use Alice as bait, and strike down one of them decisively. That should be the action that maximizes the chance of victory. Or so it should be. Damn, when did I become this soft-hearted? Amidst his rational and ruthless thoughts, there was a part of him that recoiled at the idea of using Alice as bait. It's all right, Alice said in a small voice. I trust in Luke. Looking at Alice, Luke saw only pure, unadulterated trust in her eyes. What a fool of a woman. Thinking this, Luke smiled. Understood. I'm counting on you. Yes, leave it to me. Luke hid in the shadows, focusing his senses on detecting magic. There were 3 responses. The possibility of a skill to block magical detection, trying to feed us false information, had to be considered. They were approaching steadily, convinced that they were headed for this room. Pressing his ear to the ground, he confirmed there were 3 of them. Fast, with light and efficient footsteps. Experienced. It was a situation where it would be understandable to have one's legs tremble in fear. But Luke's heart was remarkably calm, because for the first time facing the danger of losing his life and the possibility of a formidable foe, he arrogantly believed in his own strength. This level poses no crisis to me. Gripping the dagger Alfred had given him, Luke allowed himself a small smile. A graduation gift, and proof of my mastery. So it would be useful like this, huh? Luke's consciousness shifted. Only a cold heart remained. And then, oh, welcome. What? As expected, Luke thought. This bewilderment was proof that they were indeed targeting him. The situation accelerated from there. Luke acutely sensed the clear murderous intent from the man. Drawing the stiletto, the moment he aimed it at Alice. So they are the enemy. That's all I needed to know. In an instant faster than a blink, Luke leapt out from the shadows, slashing the man's throat with the dagger. Crimson blood danced through the air, drenching Alice in red. Emitting a voiceless groan, the man collapsed. Killing a person. It's my first time, but surprisingly easy. Next. Luke caught sight of the remaining 2 out of the corner of his eye. Immediately kicking off the ground, he closed the distance. That man silently counterattacked. Having so abruptly lost one of their comrades, it would be a lie to say the man was not shaken. Yet, his body moved reflexively, honed by years of training. A thrust aimed at Luke's right eye, but it was evaded with the minimum movement of simply tilting his head. Another strike. Impossible. Clearly not the moves of an amateur. The information was wrong. Vastly different. That momentary lapse in composure proved fatal. Luke's precisely targeted thrust to the left shoulder. He couldn't evade it. The man's arm became unusable, and he dropped the stiletto. But Luke's attack did not stop, continuing with a thrust to the throat. If he struck the unguarded heart, that would be the finishing blow. A terrifyingly refined, flowing triple thrust. Gah! The second man fell. Didn't sign up for this. This wasn't what I signed up for. The remaining 3rd man backed away. At that moment, a fleeting thought of restrain and interrogate crossed Luke's mind. But he immediately discarded it. There were simply too many uncertain factors. Be on your guard. When you have them cornered, be cautious and thorough. Alfred's teachings resurfaced, and Luke made his decision. To kill. And as the man reached into his pocket, attempting something, a dagger pierced his head. A merciless throw. Without even a chance to cry out in anguish, an instant death. Luke exhaled quietly, standing there dumbfounded, gazing down at the blooded corpses on the ground. Luke, are you? Luke. Alice rushed over, calling out in a loud voice. It was understandable, for Luke had suddenly collapsed, his knees giving way. Luke was down on both hands. Clearly, this was not normal. Wait, did you get injured somewhere? I'll go get Mia right or... There were no visible wounds. But it would be best to have Mia's healing magic check him over, just in case. That's the conclusion Alice came to, her worried heart guiding her. Why, what? Luke muttered softly. While relieved that his life didn't seem to be in danger, Alice lent an ear. Why, in the dead of night? Why would these people suddenly attack me? It was a soulful cry, as if expelling all the built-up stress Luke had accumulated over time. Section. Luke's anguished cry easily roused all the dormitory residents, and this unprecedented attack incident was brought to light. This was the first major event of its kind since the founding of Aslan Magic Academy, and it sent shockwaves through the kingdom's populace. And then, hurry up and bring out the carriage. Luke's father, Claude, was furious. Chapter 5, Fate. Part 1. Roswald Merlin Goldberg, the headmaster of Aslan Magic Academy, quietly looked out the window. The night curtain had not yet risen, but many guards were bustling about. Luke is a strong child. He was saved by that strength. How pitiful. Whose words were those? Was it directed at himself for failing to protect the students, or... Knock, knock. The door burst open without waiting for a response. Entering was one of the academy's teachers, Duke. Gramps, I'm back. Not a single casualty, not even a scratch. That's the only saving grace, I suppose. Did you see it? Yes, he didn't even change expression. In fact, he gave me an annoyed look when I tried to worry over him. What a strong child. Yeah, seems he beat back the assailants. It's a sorry tale, but we're the ones who were saved. Thud. A dull sound as Roswald struck the wall with his fist. And I couldn't protect a single student. What kind of teacher am I? Roswald's words were tinged with clear anger and frustration. Duke silently watched this rare sight of the usually calm Roswald. You really have a lot of nerve. I'll make sure anyone who commits such outrage in my academy regrets it. So you figured it out. Of course. I didn't live this long for nothing. There must be an informant who orchestrated this attack, isn't there? Yeah. I don't want to think about it, but it's the only explanation for all these inexplicable things. As much as I don't want to think about it, there's no helping it. A traitor among those he trusted. It was not an uncommon occurrence, but it was still a painful thing. Well, the academy itself might not even exist anymore. That's true. The noble faction won't stay silent about this failure. No, I shouldn't be thinking about this. Damn straight. This attack really highlighted Mylestia's weakness that we've been ignoring. Or maybe we just didn't want to see it. Indeed. Stroking his long beard, Roswald quietly turned to face Duke. His eyes shone with a resolute determination. Let's hold a meeting. Can you gather everyone? Yeah. With those words, the two left the room. Section. After that, the dormitory residents, awakened by my anguished cries cursing my fate, gathered one by one. Though they were first-year dormitory residents because some idiot lost to Abel and transferred to another school, there were only 39 of us including Alice and myself. But it was a pandemonium. Some of them were distraught because they had never seen a dead body before, and some of them were crying and screaming. Then there were those in shock, those wailing, those vomiting. It was hell. Tired. Guards were quickly summoned, and as the involved party, I had to undergo questioning. As a result, I had almost no chance to sleep before the night ended. Weary from thinking, I just answered what was asked. But upon further reflection, they should have prioritized resting my mind and body first. This country really is shit. I'm sorry. This is the academy's, our responsibility. While we were supposed to protect you, for something like this to happen. How could this? No, I'm just glad you're safe. Freya. Yes, we unconsciously thought the peace would continue forever. But no matter how long peace lasts, nobody can be sure if tomorrow will be peaceful or not. The atmosphere is heavy and suffocating. Freya, who rushed over first, explained various things, but the attack was not just yesterday, but mere hours ago. Even the faculty is still in disarray. According to Freya, the academy will likely be closed indefinitely, and all students will have to return home. But that can't happen immediately. So the academy is preparing temporary accommodations for us until then. Now, under the highest level of alert, we are moving there under the escort of dozens of royal knights. Well, the indefinite closure is understandable. Student attacks have never happened in the history of Aslan Magic Academy. This incident was quite shocking in various ways. And above all, there is the mystery of the magic obstruction. For the magic supremacist Miles Tier Kingdom, that threatens the peace that has lasted for decades. This attack has surely awakened the crisis awareness they had forgotten. Nothing that could be the cause of the magic interference was found in the bodies of the attackers. A magic sealing shackle was discovered, but this is something commonly used in the kingdom to imprison mages who have committed crimes. If the attacker's objective was abduction rather than murder, this is not surprising at all. The magic sealing shackle only works if it is in direct contact with the body. Could it be dark magic then? However, I have a feeling that I did not sense any signs of them being skilled mages. In that case, no, it's no use pondering this now. The only certain thing is that I sensed something akin to dark attribute. Perhaps there is a reason they targeted me for this. In fact, if I hadn't been taught swordsmanship by Alfred, I would have been helpless. If that's the case, then just like in the original story, I must have been abducted. My knowledge of the original work is still limited, but I can roughly imagine the subsequent developments. The me who was abducted will be rescued by Abel somehow. And the fact that I, a weak person, was saved will wound my pride, further deepening the conflict between me and Abel, something like that. Not being able to use magic is certainly troublesome. Ah, yes, sister. Sister. Normally you'd call me Big Sis. Sister, please be quiet. I have never seen this me Camellia. Freya is the same. So the people of this country become this weak-willed when their magic is sealed. This too is a downside of being overly dependent on magic. Come to think of it. That time, Alice was also covered in blood. It was Abel who suddenly said that. What are you misunderstanding? Don't casually talk to me like that. I'm not as kind as Luke. I'm sorry. Hey, what's with that tone? Rank doesn't matter in this academy, you know. Key, you're so noisy. I'm tired. Please be quiet. What did you say? Luke. I'm so glad you're safe. Are you hurt anywhere? If so, just tell me and I'll heal you with a recovery spell. Yeah, I'm sleepy. In contrast to Amelia and Freya, the people around me are still as noisy as ever. Maybe because I'm extremely sleepy, their voices are echoing painfully in my head. Alice should have slept as much as I did, but she's lively as always. Alright, let me clarify the misunderstanding for you. Hearing Luke scream, I rushed here faster than anyone else. He's my beloved fiancé, after all. Isn't that natural? But I was flustered when I saw the sea of blood all around, and I slipped and fell. Why, you slipped and fell? Yes, and quite spectacularly at that. That's why I was covered in blood. Even your limited brain should be able to understand that, right? I see. Thank you for explaining. It's amazing how this woman can spout such nonsense with a straight face. But it would be problematic if it became known that I had brought Alice to my room. Let's just say that Alice spectacularly slipped and fell. Luke Kuan. A voice came from the sky then. Recognizing that very familiar voice, my heart sank even further into gloom. It's Yorand. And sure enough, he gently landed next to me. I'm so glad you're safe. As Yorand tried to embrace me with outstretched arms, I flicked him. It was too creepy, so I slapped him. I haven't done anything wrong. The justice is on my side. How disgusting. Don't come any closer to me. What? Haha. How cruel, Luke Kuan. I was just worried about you, brother. Why would I want someone like you as a brother? Seeing the creepy breathing of Yorand and Alice looking somehow frustrated, I think to myself. Yes, this is how these siblings are. Luke Kuan, violence is bad. Yorand-sensei is just worried about you. Haha. Abel, I've clearly realized that your eyes are full of holes. You're truly a naive person. At this point, it's just ridiculous. I'm relieved to see that Alice is also doing well. Alice silently glared at Urand. But, However, in that moment, the atmosphere surrounding Urand changed drastically. The kingdom's knights are this incompetent, can't even do proper patrols, can you? Urand deliberately spoke in a loud voice, loud enough for all the kingdom's knights present to hear. No one dares to object. They only have expressions as if they've bitten into a bitter insect. Year after year, the knight's abilities continue to decline. Well, I can't entirely blame you for that. But, I think this country needs to be rebuilt from scratch. Urand seems to be saying something ominous, but I ignore him and just keep walking. My head isn't working. I'm sleepy. I just want to sleep already. That's the only thing I wish for. It doesn't matter how many meaningless attackers come. I'll just crush them. But please, at least let me sleep at night. Section. A few more days after the incident. Luke. Father had arrived in the capital. The sight of him descending from the carriage was weaker than Luke had ever seen. Father, I'm sorry to have worried you. My words were cut off, for I was embraced tightly by my father. You are my treasure. I'm so relieved you're safe. There were times when my father would act strangely, like with the matter of Alice's engagement. But the father I remembered was the embodiment of propriety and dignity, exuding an aura of absolute strength. I'm sorry to have worried you. I see. Perhaps this is what love is. Just as I was pondering this, I sensed an intense, angry aura emanating from my father. Well then, let's swiftly destroy this incompetent academy. What did he just say? Part 2. Destroy. Is what I said. Completely. This useless academy that put my son in such grave danger is unnecessary. Looking into his eyes, Luke instantly understood. Oh no, father is serious. There was no room for argument. The flames of undisguised anger burned vividly in the depths of Claude's eyes. However, please wait. Father, that may be a bit hasty. Luke objected to his father. Oh, how unusual, you're voicing your opinion to me. Chimph, hasty is it? Very well, let me hear it. Thank you. Luke did not wonder why. He understood that his father's anger had justification. But, no, I absolutely cannot let him destroy the academy here. Due to his own arrogant reasons, an unstoppable passion raged in Luke's heart. As for Claude, he was overjoyed that his son had dared to argue with him. This was what being a parent meant, and he desperately suppressed the urge to grin. Even with Luke standing before him, he could not afford to lose his dignity. Claude simply wanted to be a father worthy of his son's respect. Thus, his gaze became sharper than ever. The suffocating pressure became an invisible arrow, piercing Luke's body. Yet, Claude's anger had not subsided. The boiling fury over endangering his beloved son could not just disappear. If it was Luke's wish, Claude sincerely wanted to grant it as much as possible, but he could not easily accept this. There are 3 merits to keeping the academy. 3 you say? Amidst his rapidly whirling thoughts, Luke found himself voicing it aloud. There was no ulterior motive, he simply felt it would be better to summarize it into about 3 points. Yes, it was a habit ingrained by the Lonsdale siblings. First, Aslan is the kingdom's premier magic school. Certainly, the failure this time is indefensible. I believe the incompetent ones who troubled us should just die. However, it is also a fact that this academy has nurtured many excellent mages. The selective education, the excellent faculty, the ranking system. In my view, it is quite reasonable. All that needs to be done is we just improve the exposed security issues. It would be a waste to destroy it all. In reality, this attack could have happened anywhere. The targets were clearly aiming for Luke. It just so happened to be at Aslan Magic Academy, but the attack would have occurred regardless of where Luke was studying. The kingdom of Miles Tia had become too complacent, dangerously lacking in crisis awareness due to their overwhelming magical power. In other words, they had become too comfortable with peace. Next, this incident can be a golden opportunity to greatly empower the Gilbert family and the aristocratic faction. Oh, Regardless of faction, the nobility's anger and distrust over this matter will be considerable. Therefore, I believe that as the leader of the aristocratic faction, you, father, should strive to resolve the situation. In doing so, you can accrue a sizable favor toward Aslan Magic Academy, the Royal Knights, and even the Miles Tier royal family. Undoubtedly, it will benefit the Gilbert family and our faction. Claude listened quietly to Luke's words. And then, splendid. He could only express his admiration. In truth, what Luke had just articulated was something Claude had also considered. However, that was from the perspective of an ambitious contender for the throne, not as a father. Claude had clear priorities. Compared to the boiling fury he felt towards the incompetent fools who had endangered his son, any ambitions were utterly insignificant. If he were to lose Luke, it would all be meaningless. As expected of my son. I'm getting too emotional and might start tearing up. The joy and excitement at the realization that his son Luke shared his views deeply shook Claude's heart, making his chest grow warm. If he let his guard down, tears might just start flowing. In the end, this academy has high utility value for me to prove that I am superior to anyone else. I apologize, father. This is merely my selfishness. But I simply cannot bear it. That those inferior to me are thought to be superior. Therefore, I wish to become number one and prove it, that I, above all, am the strongest. After hearing Luke's words, Fu-ha-ha, Claude chuckled softly, and then, ah-ha-ha-ha, that's my son for you. He laughed out loud. There was certainly joy that Luke had voiced his selfishness. But more than that, Claude understood his feelings very well. To be looked down upon by those inferior to oneself. It's an unbearable humiliation. They were indeed father and son, Claude thought. And Luke had conveyed his will this far. Claude had no more doubts. Understood. I'll do as you say. But I'll have a say in the security arrangements. Thank you, father. Claude hadn't mentioned that he also planned to unleash some of his fury on the academy in relation to this incident. I'll have to apologize to Juliana. To mother. Why? I promised to show hell to the incompetent fools who endangered my son. Luke had a weary expression. In truth, he was exhausted. After managing to calm his father's intense anger, the accumulated fatigue finally came crashing down on him. Don't worry, I'll keep the academy running as you wish. Leave everything to me. I'm grateful, father. And will depart for the capital and head to Gilbadia within a few days. Be prepared for that. Understood. Then, I'll go have a chat with the headmaster. Alfred, I'm counting on you to look after Luke. Understood, my lord. With those words, Claude set off. Luke bowed his head and saw him off. And there was Alfred, who had blended into the background until now, standing by Luke's side. Aslan Magic Academy was an environment that could not be better for learning magic. But this failure was a massive one. No matter how much of a track record they had, it was unforgivable. Currently, the balance of power in the kingdom was starting to tip slightly towards the aristocratic faction, so if Claude didn't act to resolve the situation, the academy's survival would be in grave jeopardy. However, he was the foremost figure of the aristocratic faction. Whether this was truly fortunate for the kingdom remained to be seen. To not destroy the academy, but to keep it running and create a great favor, this was the answer Luke had arrived at, without even realizing it. Yes. Unknowingly, he was walking a path of undesired hegemony. Claude strode towards the academy. His features were extremely refined, but they exuded an overwhelming presence. However, those who knew him well might notice that he was in an exceptionally good mood right now. Yes, Luke is truly worthy of being king. A born ruler. Claude could clearly sense that glimpse in him. Yet, he did not mention the plan out loud. Of course, part of it was because Yorand had told him to keep quiet, but that wasn't the only reason he didn't speak of it. I can just imagine the delighted look on Luke's face. While far beyond the sensibilities of a common person, for Claude, the usurpation of the throne was a surprise for Luke. He had learned from the incident with Alice's engagement, but it seemed that even he could be blinded by love that was too great. Section In a small tavern in the capital. A man wearing a turban was drinking at the counter, during a time when there were few customers. Hick. Hey, Boss Carnis, you okay? You haven't been yourself lately, you know. Ah, well, you're very observant, Butcho. It's been awful, really. What's up? I'm all ears if you want to talk about it. Carnis tilted the wooden mug in his hand, pouring the alcohol down his throat. You see, I've been working really hard at something in secret for a long time, but then some incompetent guys took it away from me. And now, on top of that, they messed up badly, and it's become unbelievably difficult. It was already insanely difficult to begin with, and now, those it. Apparently due to drinking too much, Carnis' speech was slurred, and the content of his rambling was incomprehensible. But Butcho had been running this small tavern for many years. Dealing with customers like this was child's play for him. That was a real disaster, I understand your frustration, my friend. You understand? I'm just a little tired, that's all. You humans can't just keep pushing yourselves. Sometimes you need to stop and recharge your spirit, you know. You. Butcho. At that moment, the door creaked open. Hey, old man, still at it? Indeed. Well, if it isn't Zach. And Fellis too. Come in. From Butcho's perspective, the arrival of these two was a godsend. He inwardly let out a cry of joy. Fellis. Already time to go? No, not that. I have something to discuss. Oh, do tell. Gross. Annoying. Drunkard. That's so harsh. Zach and Fellis then took seats at the counter. The usual ale for me. And what'll you have, Fellis? Mead. Got it. Butcho quickly served them their drinks. Zach downed his drink heartily, while Fellis took just a small sip. Ah, that hits the spot. Delicious. Whoa, you really surprised me, Fellis suddenly coming to visit like this. What? Fellis? Why? I went to ask about Gilbardia. We should go there too. Hick. Ha. After gulping down his ale, Zach spoke to Butcho. The thing is, I'm leaving the capital tomorrow. Gonna head back to Gilbardia. Since the academy's in such a mess and all. Whoa, that's awfully sudden. I'll miss you guys. Yay, how exciting. I just started getting used to the capital, and now this. But I guess Gilbardia is still my true home. I was planning to go back there someday. I owe the guildmaster there a lot. I see, you're a loyal one, ain't ya? In that case, I can't stop you. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. Come by then, alright? Yeah, you better show up again. In that case, I'll hook you up big time today. Awesome. My comrades will be coming later, so save some for them too. Da-ha-ha-ha-ha. You cheeky bastard. Fine, bring as many as you want. I'll treat you all to the max. Woo. Thanks, Butcho, you're the best. Amidst their idle chatter, Fellis whispered to Carnis. The academy is closed. I'm definitely going back to Gilbardia. This is actually an opportunity. We should go too. Fellis's expression was deadly serious. But, hick. What? Carnis had drunk too much to have a serious conversation. He's always been weak with alcohol. A lightweight. A weakling. Soon after, Zach's comrades joined them as well. The boisterous laughter echoing from Butcho's tavern that day never ceased until late into the night. Part 3. The familiar home. As I lay on the bed in my room, burying my face in the pillow, I truly felt that there was no place in the world better than here. Surprisingly, it's only been a few months since I entered Aslan Magic Academy. Yet so many things have happened, so many experiences I've had. Most of them were troublesome, annoying, and worrying issues. Why was that the case? I still don't know the answer. But there is one thing I've started to believe in a little. This thing called fate. I chose the path of fighting against my destined defeat by the protagonist Abel, in order to claim my own happiness. The trigger was just that small, and fundamentally, not much has changed. Yet, what happened? Troublesome issues kept arising due to my efforts. Is that why? Returning home and lying on this bed, the first emotion I felt was a strong desire to stay here forever. Here, There is nothing to trouble me. Everything is complete, everything is fulfilled. It's a wonderful thing. Despite the world outside being overflowing with problems, why must I leave this home? I could just stay here forever. As I realized I was having such thoughts of complete withdrawal, I suddenly thought, this might be what they call fate. Perhaps I am simply destined to be a shut-in, unable to leave this home. The truth is, Luke, the Lennox family has proposed a marriage arrangement. Her name is Mia. She seems to attend the same academy as you. But do you know her? That expression. Could it be you don't like it? You don't want it, do you, Luke? All right, I'll immediately reject this arrangement. Father, could I please have a little time to think? Such talk from my father is like adding insult to injury as I ponder my own fate. It's understandable that I would start to think that fate might truly exist. My father, sensing that I am physically and mentally exhausted due to the Aslan attack incident, waited until I returned home to have this conversation. He's really perceptive, unlike those careless and foolish guards in this country. My stomach hurts. Why did this suddenly turn into talk of an arranged marriage with Mia? What on earth happened for it to come to this? I truly don't understand. Why? No matter how much I think about it, I can't find the answer. However, Father said you can decide for yourself. In other words, I can refuse. And apparently, the Lennox family is willing to accept Mia as a concubine. I don't understand. In the first place, why would a powerful noble from the royalist faction propose a marriage alliance? And they're even willing to compromise as a concubine. Is it because Mia is the third daughter? Did the Lennox family want to switch sides to the noble's faction? But why? There are too many inexplicable things happening. What on earth is going on? I've considered every possibility, but the information is severely lacking. However, I do understand that the root cause is that I tried to use Mia as a pawn. That's absolutely where it all started, and everything went downhill from there. My knowledge of the original work is vague, but I have a feeling that Mia was a character on Abel's side, not Luke's. That time. When Mia experienced her first defeat and was weaker than ever before. Normally, it should have been Abel comforting her, isn't that right? Indeed, Abel and Lily did visit Mia's room. I see, that was supposed to be the starting point for deepening their friendship. But I took that away. Damn it, this is what they call retribution. I exploited Mia's vulnerable heart and became her false savior, all to make her a loyal pawn. And the result is this. Circling back, the talk is now of Mia becoming my concubine. This is what fate is. All the events are converging towards the originally intended outcome of Luke shutting himself in his family estate. It might be a far-fetched idea, but in this fantasy world, it's quite plausible. I'm so fed up that I'm even entertaining such thoughts. One trouble after another keeps coming. However, I can't keep postponing the problem any longer. The first thing I need to consider is this marriage proposal. Refusing is simple. I just need to tell Father that I don't want it. But is refusing the best course of action? I'm conflicted. After all, for nobles, marriage is not just a matter of emotions. Deep connections are what make power sturdy and allow it to grow further. This proposal from such a powerful noble family makes it even more so. Additionally, for reasons unknown, the other side seems to be making significant concessions. If I were to refuse in that case, it would inevitably worsen the relationship between the two families. And while Father said I can decide, I can't bring myself to rely on anyone else after the attack incident. My pride won't allow it, even if that someone is Father. No, the real reason I'm hesitating to make the decision to refuse isn't that. Mia herself is the biggest problem. It's just, there's an unsettling eeriness about Mia. I can't even begin to predict what kind of actions she might take if I refuse. Not even I can anticipate it. If she was a clear enemy, it would be fine, I could deal with it somehow. But with Mia, the situation is ambiguous. That's why I'm struggling to make a judgment. If I refuse, that woman, who is an indeterminate factor that could be either an enemy or an ally, will be constantly near me at least during my time at the academy. This is ridiculous. I don't want that. The stress would be unbearable. In the first place, I wonder how Mia feels about this marriage proposal. And the issue with Alice and Lonsdale's family and, sigh. I still don't understand. Why do I have to rack my brain over this? I thought that if I just became stronger, I could grasp happiness. But it seems it's not that simple. The conclusion I reached after much deliberation was to talk to Mia directly and then decide. Passing the buck to my future self. Section. I knew you were a thieving cat, but I'm more astounded than angry now. Don't misunderstand. I'm not angry about the marriage proposal itself. I understand Luke's position. Being a concubine is not that unusual, and I'm not a woman of such small stature. What I'm angry about is that you've been secretly pushing this marriage proposal with Luke. Now, calm down, Alice. You should also listen a bit to what Mia has to. Brother, just shut up. You're creepy, so don't open your mouth. How cruel, Alice. Ha ha. Somehow or other, the Lonsdales and Lennox families had come to our house. Naturally, it was to discuss the current marriage proposal. Only the four of us were present. Myself, Alice, Jorund, and Mia. The others were being attended to by my father. Once again, he had listened to my selfishness and arranged this meeting between the parties involved. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't realize things had progressed this far. Mia's voice was as delicate as a breeze. I see, so neither of us is particularly enthusiastic about this. In that case, let's get this over with quickly. Let's just pretend this marriage proposal never happened. I see. If you're also unenthused, then this proposal can. That's not it. An impassioned voice. In stark contrast to before, Mia's eyes now held a strong resolve. The moment I saw that, I was struck by an unpleasant foreboding. The truth is, I really do like Luke. There it is, my foreboding was right on the mark. Alice observed the situation with icy detachment, while Jorund inexplicably wore a creepy smile as he silently watched. Let me tell you one thing. I said with a sigh. The feelings you have for me are false emotions that I made you feel in order to use you as a pawn. In other words, it's all an illusion. Even that time I comforted you. I know. Mia interrupted me. I know all of that. Maybe it was fake at first. But now it's real. I felt no guilt whatsoever. I would compromise nothing to grasp my own happiness. Even if that meant trampling on the happiness of others. I had no regrets about manipulating and exploiting Mia's heart. I do not love you. Even so, do you still wish to marry me? I stated it clearly and without deceit. But, yeah, even so, I want to be by Luke's side. I want to be useful. But someday, I'll try to make you fall for me. Mia's emotions exceeded my expectations. Her love is heavy. Too heavy. What is this? How can she harbor such deep feelings? It's true I preyed upon her vulnerable heart, but, no, this is closer to dependence than love. I'm fine being second best. Hee. A chill ran down my spine. The moment I saw Mia's ecstatic expression, an unpleasant sensation swept through me. At the same time, I became convinced that my choice was the right one. It was because I had a vision of my supposedly invincible self collapsing in the night, stabbed in the side. Even so, I will never regret my choice. All right. I'll accept this marriage proposal. Agreed, Alice. There's no way I'd object to what Luke has decided. But let me make one thing clear. I'll be on top, and you'll be beneath me. Do you understand, Mia? I understand. I'm sorry I couldn't speak properly. Congratulations, Luke. I'm so tired, so very tired. By the way, Mia, how are you doing in the bedroom? Can you satisfy Luke? The bedroom? You don't know? The one thing people do at night, of course, sex. Enough, shut up. I slapped Alice's head before she could say anything outrageous. Exasperated by this woman whose breathing had somehow become labored, I thought. Damn you, fate. Chapter 6. Collateral Adventurer. Part 1. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This failure is my responsibility. Please, just let my daughter. As I raised my right hand, The annoying woman's voice wailing at my feet finally ceased. Honestly, it would be easy to cut this woman's throat in my irritation. But no, I can't do that. She still has value. Lift your head. Ugly. The woman's face is contorted in fear, stained with tears. Terribly ugly, unbearable to look at. Indeed, if a human is not beautiful, their will to live becomes greatly diminished. You have done very well. Do not belittle yourself. Your daughter faithfully followed instructions and perfectly guided the infiltration. This is my fault. You need not feel responsible. I could never. I stood up and approached the woman. Then, lowering my gaze to her level, I gently placed a hand on her shoulder. I truly don't want to do this. But I must, to bind this woman's heart more firmly. An unpleasant feeling is spreading from my right hand through my whole body. I feel sick. I'll have to wash it thoroughly later. The darkness that brings calamity to this world must be destroyed. Please continue to lend me your strength. My entire being belongs to you, my lord. I will serve you with all my body and soul. Seeing the woman's rapturous expression, I was convinced that my actions were correct. I dismissed this woman, who was no longer of use to me, thinking, what an unlucky country this is. I had been preparing for years to undermine the hated old generation hegemon nation of Miles Tia. However, just as I was about to implement my plan, a shocking piece of information came to light. The emergence of darkness attribute magic. Given the history of how Miles Tia rose to power after being overturned by a single light attribute mage in the past Great War, I couldn't ignore the counterpart darkness attribute. And I know very well the terribleness of darkness. No, that power must absolutely not be in the hands of that nation. So I spread this information to various countries. Of course, I was careful not to leave any clues that I was the source. Enveloping everything to destroy the darkness. Surely, the countries that dislike Miles Tia will move to eliminate it. Naturally, I also took action. There are many foolish nobles in this country. It was far too easy to ingratiate myself. That was the Aslan Magic Academy assault this time. Eliminate the darkness prematurely, and if possible, kidnap it. If I could kidnap it, I could make it my own piece. I, of course, could do it for certain. It was supposed to be a pretty good plan. But the result was a complete failure. Why? I ponder. Did that magic tool not function? No, that possibility is low. Come to think of it, there was information that he is a noble who also practices swordsmanship. At the time, I dismissed it as insignificant information. But wait, could that be simply repelled by non-magical power? To a trained expert assassin? That child from the nation that reveres magic? Unbelievable. No, I don't want to believe it. No, there's one more. There was also talk of that country's so-called incompetent enrolling this year, unable to even wield attribute magic. Not to mention the possibility of an unexpected third-party intervention. Sigh. I don't know. The information is severely lacking. What should I do about this? Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Part 2. Well then, Alfred. Let me ask you, how much have you told Father about the Sword Saint Festival? Only that such a festival called the Sword Saint Festival is held in the Empire. I did not go into the details. I see. So Father does not know that the Sword Saint Festival is a ruthlessly violent festival where people die every year. He. Alfred, this is to be kept strictly confidential. Don't worry, to ensure you bear no responsibility for whatever happens, I will leave my will in writing. Now that the incident with Mia had finally settled, my mind was completely occupied by the Sword Saint Festival, which I had been eagerly anticipating for months. That won't be necessary. What? Forgive me, Lord Luke. I too have a desire to witness it. This is my own will. Therefore, if anything should happen, I will take responsibility myself. You've really become quite impressive, Alfred. Your will means nothing to me. My will shall take precedence above all else. I will leave it in writing. This is a settled matter. Understood. I am grateful. In researching the Sword Saint Festival, I learned that real swords are used in the matches. Of course, it seems outright murder is not condoned, but instant death cases are simply accepted as an unavoidable part of true combat. Hee hee. This feeling of my blood boiling, it's been a while. First, we'll obtain a real sword. I want to choose it myself. I'll go there directly, so get ready. Very well. I shall summon the guards immediately. No need. Just you will do. Understood. Given the attack incident, I strongly desire to have a real sword. All I have right now are training replicas. Of course, the knights of our own army must have their weapons, but I'd still like to choose my own armament. In any case, I will need a real sword for activities as an adventurer. As for the attire, well, the school uniform should suffice for now. Aslan's uniform was designed with the expectation of intense magical battles, so it's hard to find something more functional. To be honest, I'm quite elated right now. It's probably a backlash from all the troublesome incidents lately. However, there is one major problem. That is, Father will likely not allow me to participate in the Sword Saint Festival, as it involves mortal danger. So I thought I should get the qualifications as an adventurer. That way, I can go to the Empire not as a nobleman, but as an individual adventurer. I won't need the troublesome etiquette and formalities of nobility. The only concern is the risk of being exposed, but someone like me would never make such a mistake. Coo. Ahahaha. It's perfect. This way, I can participate in the Sword Saint Festival without Father saying a word. Alfred is giving me a rather indescribable look as I suddenly burst into laughter, but oh well. I've already done the preliminary research. Let's head to the blacksmith right away. Section. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zack. I just ended up tagging along like that, you know. Look, Phyllis is also saying thanks. Thank you. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it, such a trivial thing. I wasn't lying in my words. This is nothing, really. When you're doing the adventurer thing, you realize how important connections can be. In the end, these kinds of relationships end up benefiting you. Thank you for introducing me to so many people. I really don't know how to properly express my gratitude. I told you, don't worry about it. Anyway, about the blacksmith's father I'm going to introduce you to. What about him? Well, his skills are certainly impressive, but he's a bit difficult to deal with, you know. No worries. I'm good at interacting with people. What? Why is this kid so self-assured? They're basically expressionless, with few words, and not particularly friendly either. And no, they must be skilled in their own way. In any case, I'll just have to provide backup. While I was lost in these thoughts, we arrived at the familiar blacksmith. The shopfront, as always, was a simple converted private residence, without any fancy decorations. This is the place I mentioned. I won't bow to power, damn it. A roar that could burst eardrums came from inside. It was so loud that the passers-by on the street couldn't help but stop in their tracks. What's going on? I didn't fully understand the situation, but I immediately went inside. Enough. Don't shout so loudly. The moment I saw that figure, the nightmares I had thought I had forgotten came crawling back from the depths of the abyss. I'm impressed I didn't end up screaming. What the hell are you doing here? Mr. Ull and Lord Luke. Who are you? Well, that figures. Zack wasn't surprised that Luke didn't remember him at all. I'm just a pebble on the roadside. It's only natural he wouldn't remember me, but still, it's kind of sad. Mr. Ull? What's going on here? Zack had brought Carnis and Phyllis, whom he had met by chance in the capital and accompanied to Gilbadia, to introduce them to the best blacksmith in town. However, Zack judged that calming the situation was the priority now. Zack, tell this numbskull to sell me a sword already. Mr. Ull is angry. I don't like this. Zack could keenly sense the clear anger in Alfred's soft, gentle voice. Realizing the situation was spiraling far beyond his expectations, Zack felt a twinge of stomach pain. Don't do anything rash. Got it. While Zack was racking his brain, Carnis whispered something to Phyllis. No one heard their voices. I don't care if you're the Lord's son. My swords aren't just for display. If you want something for admiration, go somewhere else. Conversing with such a foolish person is rather unpleasant. What did you say, you bastard? Ah, please wait, Lord Luke. I beg you. Just a little. Could you please spare me a moment? So who the hell are you? I'm the adventurer Zack. We had a sparring session a few years ago. You don't remember me, do you? Don't worry, I knew it. Zack raised his voice in an attempt to smooth over the situation. His desperation was clear from his gestures and body language. Luke felt a mixture of disgust and an inability to hate the man who had suddenly appeared and was behaving so frantically. Lord Luke, do you remember when I requested help from adventurers during our training? Yes. This man, Zack, also sparred with you at that time. Zack? No, I don't recall. Alfred whispered something, but the memory did not return. It seemed that people deemed unimportant were completely erased from Luke's mind. Still, the fact that Luke was willing to wait a little longer was a testament to Zack's accomplishments. I won't wait long. Thank you very much. Zack bowed deeply and headed to the blacksmith named Darkin, who was at the center of the commotion. Luke then noticed two people wearing turbans in the room. And then, ah, how unusual. Is that a beast man? He realized they were not fully human, as his sharp magic detection ability confirmed they had no magical power. This caused Carnus and Felis' expressions to briefly stiffen, but Carnus quickly acted. Why yes, that's right. Carnus removed his turban, revealing his characteristic ears dog-like, drooping ears. He then promptly removed Felis' turban as well. Felis' ears were cat-like. Seemingly unintentionally having their turbans removed, she hastily covered her ears with her hands. We're siblings. In this country, beast men tend to have a hard time living, so we usually hide like this to avoid unnecessary trouble. Carnus wore a forced smile, while Felis remained silent. Then why did you come to this country? Ha! Luke's piercing gaze bore into Carnus and Felis, exerting an oppressive pressure, as if gripping their hearts. There's also the Empire nearby. Why did you come to the kingdom? That's because. It would be easy to brush it off with some vague excuse. But doing so would instantly expose them, a conviction they almost had. Thus, they were at a loss for words, and the time that stretched on felt heavy. Excuse me, could I interrupt for a moment? At that moment, Zack returned. What? Have you settled the matter? Yes, the blacksmith here, his name is Darkin, seems to have had a misunderstanding. What do you mean? Explain. Well, you see, you are a nobleman, and just talk normally. Sorry. He didn't expect someone like Lord Luke to actually practice swordplay, so he thought you just wanted to buy a sword for display. And, what? Say it clearly. I did try to explain it to Mr. Darkin, the boss, but he's really stubborn, you see. He said he won't believe it until he sees it with his own eyes. Ha! Eek. Sensing the intense aura of rage emanating from Luke, Zack let out a small cry. You want me, the great me, to prove my worth to this insignificant existence below a horse's droppings? What do you think you're doing? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Along with the lament of why am I in this situation, Zack's stomach pain intensified further. However, no. I should do this, I suppose. Luke's expression was one of anguish. As an adventurer, I shouldn't get so angry about this. He exhaled, releasing the fury swirling within. You, Zack. Make me a promise. What kind of promise? I'll show my sword skills. But, listen. I have a feeling that somehow, trouble will arise from this. What? It was merely an instinctual hunch based on his past experiences. But he couldn't shake the unpleasant premonition that his actions would inevitably lead to unexpected complications. Anyway, I'll show my sword skills. And if any trouble arises because of that, you'll handle it. Understood, Zack? Yeah, I understand. Though Zack didn't fully comprehend what Luke was saying, he agreed for now. The courtyard is where you can test your skills. With that, Darkin started walking, his back telling them to follow. Luke was again angered by the man's rude attitude, but he restrained himself, reminding himself to act as an adventurer. His expression betrayed no sign of it, but even Alfred shared Luke's anger, as his loyalty to his master made him resent being treated so lightly. Everyone in the area began to move. Carnis and Felis also followed in silence. This is it. There were several bundles of straw laid out. As Darkin said, this was likely the place where they tested the new swords. Then, Luke quietly approached the bundles of straw and touched them a few times with his hand. This should be easy enough. He drew out the sword he usually used, which had no sharp edge. In other words, it was a replica. He had brought this familiar bladeless sword with the intention of having a real sword made based on it. Hey, that sword has no blade. Just shut up and watch. What? Now, let's just watch this, Mr. Darkin. Luke tested the feel of the drawn sword, took the correct stance. Slightly lowering his hips, he stepped forward with his left foot, the sword positioned to his right side. The stance of the 8 phases. He sharpened his focus. The air had changed. This is it. Zack remembered. The true monster. But when Luke took his stance, everyone in the area understood that his skill was no mere pretense. Darkin, being a blacksmith with some knowledge of swords, understood this as well. I was the one looking at him with prejudice because he was a nobleman. No longer doubting Luke's true abilities, Darkin could not stop himself. He wanted to see what would happen next. An irresistible desire to witness the events to come had taken hold of him. But Luke's mind was now beyond such distractions. His terrifyingly sharp focus had generated an intense concentration. And then, only Alfred, Carnis, and Felis were able to fully capture the trajectory of his strike. Alfred, from his years of training, and Carnis and Felis, due to their exceptional physical abilities. Zack caught a glimpse, but it was not precise. Darkin could not see anything at all, but he felt that something had happened. Thud, the top half of the straw bundle was severed. Wow! The exclamation came from Zack. The fallen straw bundle had split into 3 due to the impact. In other words, a triple strike. The single stroke that Zack had seen was in reality swung 3 times. This momentary silence was understood by all present. Teach, this is incredible. The soul-stirring cry came from Alfred. Suddenly dropping to both knees and raising his hands to the sky, he expressed his awe. Lord Luke, to this extent. Ha! As Luke looked on, bewildered by Alfred's transformation, the situation escalated further. Hey, what's going? You. Woon. Inexplicably, Darkin had started crying, which Luke witnessed with a sense of impending trouble. Therefore, he shouted, Zack, do something about this situation. Wait. Zack had also been captivated by Luke's sword, but the pain in his stomach from confronting this chaotic situation had brought him back to reality. Part 3. Indeed. A strange light had converged on the sword, and the bladeless imitation of a sword unleashed a strike as sharp, or perhaps even sharper, than a real sword. What was this power, clearly different from magic? It felt as if there was some important setting that I was forgetting. Recently, I've been consciously training my sword with this power in mind. I'm convinced that this is the key to reaching even greater heights. Indeed, my sword has become faster and sharper. But it's not enough yet. My sword is capable of more. Swords truly are fascinating. Lord Luke, if you don't mind, Mr. Darkin has something he'd like to say. I'm so sorry. I was, just prejudiced against nobles. And war. Just as Zack came over, Darkin came rushing out from behind him, wailing and pressing his head to the ground. How unpleasant. I'm sorry. Mr. Darkin is a bit old-fashioned, but could you please hear him out? I'm with him on this too. Sensing that my mood was souring, Zack quickly bowed his head. I don't understand it, but I don't dislike this man Zack. In fact, I'd even say I quite like him. For some reason, I feel an odd sense of affinity for this insignificant man, even though we've only just met. Or was it that we had fought before? I can't quite recall. So, please take this sword. I don't need any money, I really want you to use it. Saying that, Darkin handed me a sword. Sheathed in a black scabbard, when I drew it, a gleaming silver blade appeared. I could also feel strong magical power from it. The blade itself is not much different from the replica I've been using. The grip feels good too. Excellent. Old man, this is mithril, isn't it? Damn, it's way better made than my sword. And I heard mithril is really hard to work with because of its high hardness. Yes, Zack is right. This sword is made by taking the core of a black dragon's bone and forging mithril onto it. The guard is made from a black dragon's fang, and the scabbard is made from its scales. This is my finest masterpiece. Be black dragon. Where the hell did you get something like that? Ah, a black dragon. A dragon with the color prefix, her. A high-ranking monster above even attribute dragons and dragon kings, as mentioned in the demonology lecture. I liked that professor, as he would share knowledge not found in the textbooks. And I was looking forward to the monster subjugation practicum starting in the summer. Damn these intruders. Thinking that, I lightly swing the sword I received from Darkin. The reassuring weight transmitted through my hand, and the sound of cutting the wind feels pleasant. Indeed, this is a fine sword. Darkin, I've changed my opinion of you. Oh, grateful words. Grateful words. Darkin's using polite speech. His rudeness is unforgivable, but I don't dislike capable people. I'll let it slide. I'm a magnanimous person, after all. But give the money, Alfred. Understood. Wait a moment. I don't need the. Don't misunderstand. I want you to make an even better sword for me. This is an investment for that. Got it. You. I'll definitely do it. Hey, you're being a nuisance. Zack, do something about him. Again, it's me. While it is indeed my true intention to have him make an even better sword in the future, what I can't stand is being indebted to him. That's why I said I'll pay, but seeing the bearded man wailing at my feet, I feel a slight regret. Well, I'll leave it to Zack. Section. Sorry. We just remembered something we need to do, so we'll take our leave here. Sorry for the sudden departure. Thank you so much for today. Thanks. Right after leaving Darkin's forge, Carnus and Felis said that. Okay, that's fine. Next time, I'll take you to a delicious restaurant. Zack didn't try to stop them, and simply saw them off. However, hold it. Luke stopped them. Carnus and Felis felt like their hearts were seized just by that. I have some things I'd like to ask you as well. I'll speak with you again when the time is right. Understood, Lord Luke. Then, we'll take our leave. That was all Luke said. This time for sure, Carnus and Felis departed. I'll be going this way too. Zack also tried to join in leaving. Ever since meeting Luke at the forge, he's been feeling suffocated the whole time, constantly on edge and his stomach hurting. Luke is a great noble, and Zack is a common adventurer. It's an unreasonable demand to say he needn't be mindful. His feelings are only natural. Zack, guide me to the guild. Obtain the adventurer's license. But Zack's wish would not be granted. I won't repeat myself. Hi, understood. I'll guide you there. Zack had no choice at all. Even though he knows it's futile, he steals glances at Alfred, but is only met with a sharp glare. Feeling his stomach ache even more from that, Zack quickly gave up. He knows well that in life, sometimes giving up is important. I'm sick of this. I want to go back to my companions. He silently begins walking towards the Adventurers Guild. After that, an awkward silence fell. Normally, Zack is quite skilled at lightening the mood with casual conversation. But this time, he judged that remaining quiet would be wiser. He doesn't know what might be considered rude. If he accidentally incurs Luke's displeasure, it would be the worst. So he chose to stay silent. That's. After walking for a while, several carriages came speeding towards them from ahead, clearly belonging to nobles. Seeing that, Luke tries to recall if Claude had mentioned any scheduled visitors, but he wasn't informed of any. And at that moment, Luke and Zack happened to be thinking the exact same thing. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling about this. Zack and Luke fervently wish for the carriages to simply pass by without incident. But as if mocking their wishes, the carriages came to a stop. The Godwin family, it seems. Luke mutters. The family crest adorning the carriage door belongs to the Godwin family, the leading noble faction alongside the Gilbert family. And then, the door opens, and a woman emerges. It's been a while, Luke. Her features were very refined, but there was a rugged atmosphere about her that was not at all aristocratic. Her crimson long hair, like a lion's mane, her overly abundant chest, and her considerable height. With a bellicose smile, her sapphire eyes held a quiet fighting spirit and an air of arrogance. It's big, in various ways. That was Luke's honest impression. Elanora, is it? I'm glad. You remember me. Seeing her directly, Luke felt the scattered puzzle pieces in his mind starting to fit together one by one. Yes, he knew her. Longer ago than when I recalled my past life. Luke's memories. Elanora is what you'd call Luke's childhood friend. When he saw the name of the number 1 ranked person, and when he heard it from Pulpon, the cause of Luke's lingering unease became clear in this moment. I've completely remembered. The Godwin and Gilbert families had gradually worsened their relationship after Claude lost his ambition. Until then, Luke and Elanora had been on friendly terms, but they inevitably stopped seeing each other. And when rumors spread among the nobility that Luke had started learning swordplay, they became completely estranged. It's been a while, Alfred too. It's been a long time, Lady Elanora. I'm happy to see you both, but... Elanora's previously gentle demeanor changed drastically at that point. What are you doing with commoners, Luke? If possible, Zack desperately wanted to flee this place. 2 great nobles. Even one was an abnormal amount of stress, let alone 2. And now, they were clearly directing unpleasant emotions his way. It was far beyond tolerable. Why am I always the one who has to go through this? Unable to voice it out loud, Zack let out a lament in his heart. It's none of your business. You're right. But I don't want you to degrade yourself any further. What? When I heard you had started learning swordplay, I couldn't believe my ears. An terrifying aura of anger began to emanate from Luke, but Elanora was unfazed. She even deepened her smile. No. This tense, highly volatile situation was unbearable for Zack. He was drenched in cold sweat. Hey, Luke. Do you remember our childhood? You were truly amazing. I admired you, who could do anything. What are you getting at? I became the top student at the Aslan Magic Academy in just 1 year. At the very least, I'm now ahead of you. Can you surpass me while practicing this swordplay? Coo. Luke chuckled quietly. I can settle this right here, right now. The result won't change anyway. Ha ha ha. Sounds good. Elanora's laughter echoed, enveloping the atmosphere in an even more dangerous aura. It was as if 2 beasts were glaring at each other, waiting for an opportunity to sink their fangs into the other's throat. But, what are you doing, Elanora? Hurry up. A voice from the carriage dispersed the suffocating tension. It's a pity, but let's leave it for another time. Then, see you later, Luke. With just those words, Elanora turned on her heel and returned to the carriage. She didn't get off to the end. Watching the carriage start moving again, Luke felt intense anger. It was because Elanora's father didn't get off the carriage to the end. That was a clear indication that there was no need for greetings. Let's go. Yes, sir. Ah, yes. But Luke immediately started walking. Zack and Alfred followed. Elanora, that woman is my stepping stone. Seeing her directly had reminded Luke of certain source material knowledge. So defeating this exceptional talent who became the top in a single year is meant to demonstrate the formidable strength of Luke, Yeah, I was nothing more than the final boss of the Academy arc. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I will obtain a power that is not bound by such trivialities. His memories became a little clearer. Renewing his determination to seize happiness, Luke headed towards the Adventurers Guild. But still, I wonder what the Godwin family came here for. Section. What's wrong, Elanora? Did something happen with Claude's son? No, not particularly. Really? Your face seems flushed though. I assure you, I'm fine. I see. Whoa, what's with that squirming motion? After parting ways with Luke and the others, in the carriage of the Godwin family. Oh my god, Luke was so unbelievably cool. He's grown so much, and most of all, that unshakable strongman attitude even in front of me. So insane. I almost ended up screaming if I let my guard down. If it's Luke, he can defeat me, right? I want to fight him with all my might as soon as possible. Gazing into the distance with a fierce expression, Elanora was writhing. The divergence where Luke started learning swordplay and they became estranged had also brought about no small change for her as well. Chapter 7, The Hero's Back. Part 1. While not as grand as the royal capital, the trading city of Gilbadia attracts many adventurers. This city, where various goods are gathered, makes it easy for adventurers to resupply on essentials like weapons, magical items, and healing potions. The convenient access is also part of the appeal for adventurers. Naturally, the appearance of the Adventurers Guild is quite large and impressive. Excuse me, may I ask something? What is it? The smell of alcohol and food wafted out from behind the door, and laughter could be heard even from outside. After parting ways with Elanora, Luke and the others had arrived at the Adventurers Guild just now. It was Zack who spoke up just as they were about to go in. Well, I'm sure you know this, but sometimes there are former nobles among the adventurers, while most of us are commoners like me. There's a chance that, well, someone might act disrespectfully towards you, Lord Luke. If possible, I'd appreciate if you could overlook minor things. Very well. Ha! Zack couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at Luke's casual agreement. Chem, is there something else? No, that's all. Thank you very much. At Darkin's Forge, Zack had somehow managed to fulfill Luke's request, resolving that chaotic situation. And for some reason, he felt an odd sense of kinship. Fortunately or unfortunately, Luke had taken a liking to Zack to some degree. Then let's go inside. Lead the way. Why yes, understood. Zack paused for a moment, silently praying. Please, let nothing happen. Steeling himself, he stepped inside. The scene that greeted them was familiar to Zack but new to Luke. Dahaha. Hey, isn't that Zack? Long time no see. There were many armored individuals gathered around. The guild had a tavern attached, making it a lively place. However, the moment they saw the person following Zack, the clamor died down. There was no one in this city who didn't know of Luke, the heir to the Gilbert family. The question of why he was here hung in the air. And even more so they were reminded of the trauma burned into the adventurers' minds. Kaya. What's wrong, Mokul? Wait, Mokul. Suddenly, one of the adventurers let out a scream and fled to the back room. What was that? Well, who knows? Maybe he had a stomachache or something. He probably ate something weird, the idiot. Ahaha, really, what a fool. Zack's dry, soft laughter echoed unusually loudly in the now silent guild. But he knew. The one who had just fled, Mokul, was a renowned A-rank adventurer in this town. And about 3 years ago, he was one of the victims who had his self-esteem shattered and trauma planted by Luke, just like Zack himself. Live on strong, Mokul. Zack silently prayed in his heart. Zack-san. What brings you here today? At that moment, a waitress who had been holding the food she was carrying froze, glancing nervously at Luke and Alfred. Actually, I'm here to register Lord Luke as an adventurer. The moment Zack uttered those words in a fearful tone, not only the waitress who had spoken to him, but nearly everyone present was struck with shock. I'll go call the guildmaster right away. The waitress hastily placed the food on a nearby table and rushed to the back, climbing the stairs. Hi. Sensing Luke's mood gradually souring, Zack let out a small wail. But the situation was about to get even worse. Gahaha. The adventurers in this town are pathetic. A large man stood up and approached Luke. At the same time, Alfred's expression darkened slightly, and he stepped forward, shielding Luke. This is the worst. Zack lamented. He knew most of the adventurers in this town, But this man was not familiar to him. That meant he had recently arrived in this city, and if that were the case, he would have no reason to pull such a foolish stunt. Hey, a noble brat becoming an adventurer? Gahahaha. What kind of joke is? At that moment, 3 other men simultaneously stood up and dashed towards Luke and the others. And then, stop it, goddammit. Bois. With the momentum, they punched the large man who had approached Luke. Luke sighed wearily, realizing that he was starting to become accustomed to these kinds of situations. With a sense of resignation, he let out a heavy sigh. What the hell are you thinking, you bastards? What were you thinking? Gee-ha-ha. No, I was just. Idiot. Moron. Dimwit. Don't mess around. Don't joke around. Gee-ha-ha. Immediately after, the 3 men who had rushed over turned back and said, "We're very sorry about that." As if by prearrangement, they all bowed their heads in perfect synchronization. Hey, you should apologize too. Ouch. I'm very sorry. Successively, the large man was struck on the head and forcibly made to bow. Then, he was dragged away somewhere. As they left, one of the 3 men who had appeared later glanced at Zack's bag and silently gave a thumbs up. You guys. Those men were Zack's particularly close fellow adventurer companions. In fact, this was a traditional rite of passage that any rookie adventurer would go through. The large man who had confronted them had simply acted according to this. Being an adventurer entails risking one's life. Therefore, not only one's abilities, but also one's mettle, is tested to see if one can truly make it as an adventurer. However, in this case, it must be said that they misjudged their target. Earning Luke's resentment would not be taken lightly. This was already a well-known fact for the adventurers in this town. In other words, the 3 men who had rushed over had, out of a sense of camaraderie with fellow adventurers, saved that large newcomer to the town. Why, if it isn't Luke? And you must be No, Alfred. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Yet another man hurriedly emerged from within. This man was the guild master, Dolce Panna Cotta. So, am I correct in understanding that this is for adventurer registration? Yes. Very well, I shall handle this. Even though the counter where one would normally register as an adventurer and receive job requests is right in front of us, why is the guild master coming out here in person? Is it because I'm a noble? How troublesome. Luke felt somewhat annoyed by the inconveniences arising from his noble status. Then, please come this way. I shall explain the job details, system, and rewards in a separate room. By the way, what is your relationship with Zack? I shall join Zack's party for a while. That was Luke's nonchalant response to Dolce's equally nonchalant question. What? Zack had intended to simply say, well then, I'll be taking my leave, and escape from Luke. Therefore, he couldn't immediately grasp the meaning of those words. Slowly, the significance of those words sank into his mind. A scream. A scream from the depths of his soul. Reflexively, Zack looked towards his fellow adventurer companions, seeking help. But all those present, including the ones who had helped with the incident involving the large man, averted their eyes in unison. Part 2. That day, Luke became a B-rank adventurer. Dolce, the guild master, was well aware that Luke had the potential to advance to an even higher rank. However, ranks of A and above required achievements. Given that this was a rule, the only thing Dolce could do was to bow his head repeatedly. But surprisingly, Luke accepted it readily. For Luke, becoming an adventurer was merely a means to an end. To go to the Empire. Rank didn't really matter to him. Moreover, Luke was in a good mood at the time. He had finally obtained a serious sword, the Sword Saint Festival in the Empire, and the adventure activities as a pastime. Free from the various annoyances he had experienced at the academy, he was simply elated. In the end, after Luke's adventurer registration, he returned to the mansion, reuniting with Zack's companions at the inn to discuss the future with his father, Claude. By then, the figures of Elanora and the Godwin family were already gone. Luke was somewhat curious, but understanding that his father had likely taken action regarding the Aslan Magic Academy incident, he did not pursue the matter. As for Zack, while he had the desire to flee, He was too exhausted from all the events that had occurred. Thus, he was able to persuade his companions with a complete sense of detachment. However, afterwards, when Claude firmly warned him, if anything happens to Luke, you'll know about it, Zack was left trembling. Section. Esprit Great Forest. Also known as the Forest of Spirits, it is a vast sea of trees that spreads out near the city of Gilbadia. It is a bountiful and blessed forest, serving as a treasure trove of important resources. However, due to this, many monsters inhabit it, and the appearance of threatening monsters is not uncommon. On the outskirts of the forest, there are small-scale villages and roads, so the main work of the adventurers based in Gilbadia is to exterminate those monsters. Gyra, we've driven it this way. Please, Master Luke. Please help. Ah. The members of the Grey Wolf's Claw group, including Zack, raised their voices, and Luke softly responded. On the plains stretching between the Esprit Great Forest and the city of Gilbadia, a massive magical beast called the Giant Lizard was rushing fiercely across the land. It's always so huge, this thing. The monster approaching in front of Luke was a massive giant that could easily swallow a human whole. However, it was already a familiar sight. In fact, this giant lizard was a common monster for the adventurers of Gilbadia, and Luke had already defeated it several times before. That said, it was a threat level B monster, and a fairly formidable one at that. Whether to use a sword or magic, Luke hesitated for a moment, then reached for the hilt of his sword. It wasn't because the sword was more effective. There was no rational thought behind it. Luke simply chose the sword out of pure preference. Gurrah. Heh. As noisy as ever. Luke kicked off the ground and leapt towards the neck of the giant lizard. He then drew his sword and struck in one swift motion. By the time they passed each other, the giant's head was no longer there. It was an abrupt and unexpected end. Well done, Lord Luke. It always just charges ahead. I'm starting to get bored of it. Haha. Its massive body charging ahead is still a considerable threat, though. Dahaha. As expected of Lord Luke. Magnificent. As impressive as always. It had been 2 weeks since Luke temporarily joined the Grey Wolf's Claw and began acting as an adventurer. Luke had already achieved an exceptional rank upgrade to A rank, and he had become reasonably acquainted with the other party members besides Zack. At first, Zack had been overly cautious and wearing himself out, but after just 3 days of being with Luke, he couldn't help but notice the benefits. With Luke's addition, the efficiency of completing a single request had skyrocketed, significantly increasing their income. Zack had also been worried about their teamwork falling apart, but surprisingly, that never happened. He still had to be considerate in many ways. But he came to the conclusion, well, if we're getting loads of money, I can't really complain. He had that kind of positive attitude. The dismantling and processing. Of course, I'll do it. Understood. Me, Jipple, and Lord Luke will handle the dismantling work. Kaigan, Sfusesa, please keep watch around the area. Got it. Acknowledged. Understood. As he took out the knives for the dismantling, Zack couldn't help but wonder. Why does Lord Luke bother with this tedious work? The processing of a monster's remains after its defeat. It serves purposes like providing proof of the kill, securing materials, and preventing infection. But there are few adventurers who enjoy doing this work. The simple reason is that it's a hassle. Some monsters even require delicate procedures, which is another reason it's disliked. As a result, many adventurers, rather than doing it themselves, pay the guild to handle the processing later, even though it costs more. Luke's reason for doing the dismantling work himself was partly out of arrogance. The belief that there was nothing he couldn't do. But more than that, every aspect of being an adventurer felt fresh and enjoyable to him. The simple pleasure of defeating monsters and earning money, without any baggage. That simplicity was what he found so satisfying. Hey, Zack. Why yes. Suddenly addressed, Zack responded in a slightly strained voice. Even though he was getting used to it, he still tended to be intimidated by Luke. I'm just curious, but does your group, the Grey Wolf's Claw, have a particular origin for that name? Well, that was just a random idea of Luke's. There was no deep meaning behind it, he had simply wondered about it. You see, Do you know about the monster called the Grey Wolf? Of course. It's a threat level D monster, nothing too remarkable. Well, when we were just starting out, we actually got nearly killed by one of those grey wolves. What? Dahaha. Yeah, we were nearly done in. Good times, good times. The burly man named Jipple laughed heartily. Back then, we were still inexperienced, full of confidence without any real skill. A moment of carelessness almost led to our total defeat. Look at this. Zack rolled up his sleeve to reveal a large claw mark. That's why the name Grey Wolf's Claw is a reminder to never forget our beginnings. As adventurers, a moment of laxity can lead to sudden, unexpected death. I see, so that's the reason. I rather like it. What? Zack was already recognized as a skilled adventurer by Luke. Fortunately or unfortunately, this story further indebted Luke to him. Section. After finishing the processing of the giant lizard, Luke and the others returned to the city of Gilbadia. Let's take a break and then accept another good request, shall we? Of course. Understood. It had become routine for Zack and the others to complete multiple requests in a single day. But first, they need to cash in the completed request. So, while resupplying along the way, they head towards the guild. There are still some residents who look at Luke with fear, but they are slowly getting used to him. Hey, come over here, Zack. What are you talking about, old man? It's still daytime. Many call out to Zack and his companions. That's how much the residents like them. They walk on, answering casually, and they arrive right in front of the guild. As Luke reaches for the door, suddenly, I'm telling you, I just want to know where Luke is. The moment a shrill woman's voice is heard, Luke's heart feels heavy as lead. Zack, listen carefully. What is it? I have a feeling that some trouble is about to start. That's a coincidence, I feel the same way. You know what to do, right? Looks like it's me again. In fact, Zack also had a bad feeling the moment he heard that voice. And their premonitions are usually right. But they can't just stand here. Luke steels himself and slowly opens the door. Hey, Lily. Calm Luke. The one standing there was Abel. In an instant, question marks dance in Luke's mind and he loses his words. Sorry about that. I was just wondering how you were doing, Luke, so I came to visit. It's been a while, Luke. He had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. Visit. You came, too. He desperately tries to comprehend the meaning of those words, but still doesn't understand. Yeah. I was surprised to hear you became an adventurer. Actually, Lily and I became adventurers too. What a coincidence, right? Luke's brain almost short-circuits at this turn of events that exceeds his comprehension, but there's one thing he understands. Does this guy really think of me as his friend? A powerful dizziness overcomes him. Zack. I'm tired. I'll rest for today. Ha! Don't worry, Luke. Deeply concerned, Abel rushes over to Luke. Part 3. At that moment, Luke was convinced. This world truly has something called fate. There's no other way to explain why Abel is here. It's incomprehensible, completely incomprehensible. Oblivious to Luke's lament, Abel peers at him with genuine concern. Seeing this, Luke's heart is further stained with gloom. But he suddenly thinks, when exactly did he start unwillingly accepting this unpleasant reality as inevitable? The endless stream of trouble beyond his expectations ultimately can't be helped. That's why he had unconsciously been compromising, Luke realized. Did I really compromise? Heh. You're making me laugh. Eek. In an instant, the air freezes. And at the same time, everyone remembers the nightmare of that day. The existence known as Luke. Anger engulfs Luke's melancholic heart, not just towards the Abel before him, but towards everything that troubles him. Together with Luke's heightened emotions, an icy, vast magical power is unleashed. Zack, being the closest, lets out a small scream. It's the overwhelming pressure of a vastly superior magical being within arm's reach. Kaya. Mockle. Once again, the adventurer Mockle screams and runs off somewhere. However, the majority of those present are paralyzed, unable to move from the violent magical power radiating from Luke. "Since when did you become my equal? Tell me, Abel." "Ha!" This time, Luke approaches Abel. "I'll make it clear since you seem to be mistaken. To me, you are." "Hey, stop it." Without hesitation, Lily steps between Luke and Abel. And she glares defiantly at Luke, her limbs trembling slightly. "You guys go to the same school, so it's fine for Abel to come visit, right? Abel was really looking forward to seeing you." To keep from succumbing to fear, Lily raises her voice more than usual. "You are, never mind. An existence that directly opposes him." In that moment when Luke felt a fresh emotion towards her, a bell-like sound reverberated through his core. "Emergency. A disaster-designated monster, the Ice Dragon, has been detected approaching. All knights and adventurers of this city, please arm yourselves and gather at the West Gate immediately." The urgent announcement followed, its slightly trembling voice echoing through the city. Section. Human beings' magic can have attributes. Then, what about magical beasts? Of course, they do as well. The prime example of this is the dragons. Those called elemental dragons are truly disasters. Their bodies are covered in sturdy scales, with fangs and claws that can easily cut through steel, and they can unleash powerful long-range attacks through their breath. As living beings, they are far superior to humans, and their advanced intelligence even allows them to wield magic. So how could they be called anything other than disasters? Coo. But the lack of context here. Why would a calamitous ice dragon suddenly appear in this city? I have an inkling of an idea about the cause. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't say this now, but that's the one fidgeting next to me. I believe this Abel, the protagonist of this world, has been caught up in some kind of event. If he was in the royal capital, then some event must have occurred there. But for some reason, he has ended up in Gilbadia. And this is the result. Really, why does it always turn out this way? It's all so incomprehensible, but that's fine. Truthfully, Abel is nothing but a nuisance to me. But this time, it works in my favor. Inevitably, I find myself thrilled at the prospect of encountering this formidable ice dragon. I've grown weary of slaying giant lizards. More and more adventurers are gathering, but their expressions are grim, without a shred of hope. The ice dragon's form is still not visible, yet I can sense it, drawing ever closer. Come to think of it, what happened to those two beast men? Curious, I glance around, but their figures are nowhere to be seen. I had some things I wanted to ask them. Luke. At that moment, a voice called out. Turning back, I see my father, accompanied by many knights. Alfred is there as well. Father, are you not going to evacuate? Don't be a fool. As if I, of all people, would engage in such a disgraceful act. Rather, you, Luke. You and Alfred must. Surely you don't intend to tell me to flee, do you? I cut off my father's words. Normally, I would never do such a thing. But this time, I can't allow it. I've finally found a being I might be able to unleash my full strength against. The desire burning deep within me to fight the ice dragon is so intense that I simply cannot resist it. Thus, I ponder, searching for a plausible pretext. And then, as one who carries the blood of the Gilbert family, I cannot abandon the citizens I must protect and flee. I will stake my life and fight to the end. The model answer came to me immediately. That's what I said, but, in that moment, the surroundings grew eerily silent. Gazes filled with various emotions pierce me. Even Abel and my father are no exception. Well, you truly are my son. Your resolve is that strong, is it? I'm impressed. All right, I won't tell you to flee anymore. Thank you very much. I was thanked enthusiastically, almost uncomfortably so. But the truth is, I simply want to fight the ice dragon. However, I won't allow you to die. Understood? Understood, father. My father's expression doesn't change much from his usual, but I can discern the various emotions within him. He likely wanted me to flee, yet he chose to respect my resolve. I must be grateful for that. Luke Kuhn has already reached that level of resolve. Wow, That's incredible. You're really amazing. I'll cooperate too. You're a pain in the ass, but I guess I'll lend a hand a little bit too. Abel and Lily also look at me with strangely passionate gazes. What's with them? I'm sorry. I was mistaken. I didn't realize that Lord Luke cared so much about us. It was Zack who suddenly said that. And at the same time, I noticed something. Unlike before, the people in this place now have a clear fighting spirit in their eyes. Lord Luke, I'm deeply moved. Hey, Zack. Alright, you guys. After hearing what Lord Luke said, there's no way we adventurers can just stay silent, right? Saying that, Zack raised his sword high. And then, woo! An explosion of cheers shook the ground. Let's definitely defeat the ice dragon, Luke-kun. Why are they getting so riled up? How can the words I carelessly uttered inspire them to such passion? The foolish thoughts of humans are truly beyond my understanding. But, oh well. The icy magical power is beginning to permeate the air. The temperature around us is dropping enough to feel it on my skin. Now, it's time to meet face to face. Grua. Finally, the ice dragon has revealed itself. I can't help but let the corners of my mouth curl upwards. Let's see just how powerful you are. I draw my sword, but at that moment, the sound of a flute comes from somewhere. The sound had a somewhat sorrowful tone, so beautiful that one couldn't help but be captivated by it. This flute sound is, Abel exclaimed in shock. He clearly seemed to know something. Ah, I see. This entire situation must have been some kind of event orchestrated by this person, and I've been dragged into it. Well, no matter. Now then, shall we take on the ice dragon? Section. For Abel, the days at the Aslan Magic Academy were very happy ones. Of course, his life with his mentor Elka was irreplaceable. However, the dormitory life and the days of friendly rivalry with his friends and peers gradually melted away the loneliness he had harbored within. To put it simply, it was enjoyable. And so, he had almost forgotten. The despair of that day. The agonizing memory of having lost everything. The flute sound, which suddenly resonated from somewhere, awakened the darkness within Abel. Monsters take away everything. That's why I have to kill them. So that nothing will be taken from me anymore. That flute sound. Do you know something about it? What? Luke's sudden question pulled Abel back from the sea of his thoughts to reality. Yeah. I've heard it before. Grua. A deafening roar cut off Abel's words. Luke silently regarded the ice dragon. Its appearance was extremely fierce, but it also seemed to be resisting something. Hey, what do we do? It doesn't seem to be attacking, but... Lily timidly asked. Most of those present were stunned, overwhelmed by the ice dragon's tremendous aura. Poised and observing its movements, they all leaned in to hear Luke's answer to Lily's question. There's a possibility it's being controlled. That's it, Luke-kun. Ah, yes. That's very possible. I wonder why I didn't realize it sooner. That dragon is being controlled. Exclamations of surprise arose. As Abel lowered his gaze slightly, he pondered on Luke's offhand remark. If it were true, it would greatly change the perspective on the tragedy that had occurred that day. Abel had unconsciously sealed off that abhorrent memory. Or perhaps he had intentionally avoided thinking about it. That's why he had failed to realize this fact. There's no way a dragon could play a flute. And that sound was imbued with magic. Well, let's give it a try. Based on what Luke had seen, the ice dragon had not yet been completely subjugated, as it had not attacked them. Dark Arrow. It was a beginner-level spell that everyone present doubted could actually harm the dragon significantly, despite its dark attribute. However, Luke had a different intention. The small arrow, infused with darkness, was absorbed into the ice dragon's massive body and then burst. Instantly, the ice dragon's movements froze in mid-air. Gone was the rampaging behavior, and it now merely flapped its wings gracefully. Luke's dark arrow had consumed the magic power that had been controlling the ice dragon. What? The control has been broken. Hurry, play the melody again, Guff. A panicked man's voice suddenly rang out. Amidst the bewildering situation, to which no one could hide their confusion, The ice dragon suddenly shook its head. Something was then thrown into the air. A man in a robe, presumably the culprit, was. No. I don't want this. Chomp. Precisely in one gulp, the man was unceremoniously devoured by the ice dragon. Everyone was struck dumb, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A momentary silence reigned. And then, humans do indeed taste unpleasant. The ice dragon spoke. It then looked down upon the humans gathered below. With just those words, the majority of those present were overwhelmed by the illusion of death. No one dared to speak. And yet, it felt as if a soul-crushing scream had somehow been heard. What a disgraceful act of mine. To have allowed myself to be controlled by such a lowly species as humans, how utterly vexing. It was not bloodlust, but merely irritation. However, that dense aura of death forcibly made them understand that no matter how much they trained their bodies or honed their skills, humans were still ultimately nothing more than human. This was the disaster-designated monster, the ice dragon, with a threat level of S. The jarring sound of armor resonated, strangely amplified. IITs on a different level. The very level of being a living creature. Zack desperately tried to muster his courage, gripping his sword tightly. Once you're taken down, you can't get back up. That was a harsh reality he knew all too well. So it was also a human who liberated me from that control. That, too, is a fact. At this point, many found hope in the fact that the ice dragon's anger had diminished, even if just a little. Judging from its words, it seemed quite rational. Maybe it would just fly away somewhere. Or perhaps it would even express gratitude. Such a faint and fleeting hope. One befitting of weak, mortal beings. However, humans are still so unpleasant. There is no reason to keep them alive. An unmistakable intent to kill, directed at them with unreasonable and arrogant reasoning. The morale that Luke had raised was lost in an instant, leaving only hearts trembling in fear. Only the high-ranking adventurers and knights who had weathered many battles remained undaunted. Some realized their own impending deaths, while others still managed to steel themselves. In the midst of this silence, ha 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 ha, a resounding laughter echoed. Luke strode forth before them all, captivating their gaze and making them doubt their own sanity. Zack had already begun considering a retreat strategy. How to escape with Luke, and how many could be saved in the process. He had determined that this was a battle they could not win, and was searching his mind for a way out. Everyone present, including Zack, knew of Luke's extraordinary strength that went beyond the norm of humanity. Lord Luke. Therefore, Zack shouted. Listen well, all of you. But Luke spoke without even turning back to face them. His back seemed immensely imposing. No one is to interfere. I will deal with this dragon alone. It was likely that only Luke was truly and purely delighting in this situation. Sword techniques and magic that were never meant to be used against humans. This was a formidable opponent that would allow him to unleash them to the fullest. This was a sweet temptation for Luke, who was always constrained by the need to control his immense power. A battle without any shackles, where his blood could boil with all-out effort. The mere thought of it naturally curled his lips upwards. I will not tolerate any interference, no matter what. Luke. Yes, Luke simply wanted to fight with all his might. Surely Abel, the protagonist, would ultimately defeat this ice dragon. So it would not matter even if Luke were to vanquish it himself. Luke's thought process was remarkably simple. But to those present, the sight of him facing alone a terrifyingly powerful monster that had them all resigned to their deaths. It was the sight of a hero. Truly, a hero straight out of the bard's tales. TCH, you're something else, aren't you? Zack murmured inadvertently. He had been thinking only of his own life. In this situation, it was understandable. Surely no one would blame him. But even in this dire predicament, there was someone willing to risk their life for others. This was what people called a hero. Not that Luke possessed any such lofty spirit. Abel hated monsters. Even if this one was being controlled, the cruelty inherent to monsters was undeniable. Moreover, the monsters were the root cause of all that he had lost. It was an impossible request to ask him not to hate. Therefore, His sole focus was on how to kill this ice dragon. He harbored only the darkest of emotions, until he saw Luke, standing against the ice dragon for the sake of others. Luke, you're truly amazing. I'm proud to call you my friend. But if things get too dangerous, I'll come to your aid. You'll probably get mad at me, though. You'll come help if things get dangerous. Yeah. Honestly, even if everyone here fought together, I don't think they'd have a chance against the dragon if Luke lost. Still, you'd go help. Yeah. Heh, I figured as much from you. Lily did not press the issue any further. Geez, trying to act all cool. You could have at least let us fight together. Yeah, but that's so like Luke. Unaware of the rising admiration for him, Luke activated his magic. Armor of Darkness, Wings of Darkness, Attribute, Darkness. HMPH, Dark Attribute, right? Interesting. And that spirit of self-sacrifice for others' sake pleases me as well. What say you? If you wish, I could spare your life. Silence, you scaly lizard with wings. What? Did you just say? The ice dragon's demeanor drastically changed. The magic power it unleashed in its anger literally froze the surrounding area. Heh, did you not hear? How dare a scaly lizard with wings talk down to me? Know your place. You bastard. Don't think I'll die easily. Luke and the ice dragon. From either side, the battle was joined. Grah. The ice dragon gathered horrific magical power in its throat and exhaled a freezing breath. Even with Luke's capabilities, a direct hit would surely be fatal. Yet he simply watched it calmly, as if it were a mundane, everyday occurrence. And with the slightest upward tilt of his lips, he activated a spell. Dark Sunday. In less than a second between the breath being released and reaching him, Luke had accurately measured the immense magical power within it, and judged that he could easily absorb it. From his dark right hand, a dark sun rises slowly into the sky. As if drawn to it, the ice dragon's breath changes direction unnaturally and is swallowed by it. Damn it. The ice dragon exhales its freezing breath once more. Not towards Luke, but towards that black sun that devours everything. However, this one is slightly different from the previous one. It's narrower and more concentrated. In an instant, the dark sun is frozen. It's the moment Luke's magic is broken. Magnificent. Is it due to the ocean-deep knowledge that far exceeds a human's? Or is it his outstanding insight? The ice dragon has grasped the weakness of dark magic. That weakness is that there is a limit to the amount of magic power that can be absorbed at once. That's why the ice dragon exhaled a breath with higher magical density. I see, the density of magic power is extremely important in magic, after all. Heh, Lloyd is indeed excellent. What are you? Then, let's try concentrating the magic power even more into the core. Denser, smaller. Extreme dark sun. This is bad. The ice dragon instinctively realizes it. Even though it should be the same magic as before, no matter which of its own spells it uses, it cannot break this. It's almost a certainty, rather than just an intuition. And the magic power is honed too quickly. Luke has practically no lag time in casting his spells. Therefore, he has no choice but to decide immediately, before this dark sun sucks up the magic in the atmosphere and grows larger. Dragons, as a species, have terrifying physical and magical resistance. Moreover, they even possess miraculous regenerative abilities, truly surpassing humans as living beings. The ice dragon chose to destroy the magic with its sturdy body. Whipping its tail, sharp and flexible like a whip, it slashes through the dark sun with tremendous speed. Gah! In an instant, he feels his own magic power being rapidly drained. The ice dragon is stunned. It lost this much magic power with just the slightest contact. Direct hits must be avoided at all costs. I see, the dragon's extraordinarily high durability is as documented. It can be applied to attacks as well. To deal damage, I need either overwhelming physical attacks or overwhelming magical attacks. Even better if I have both. Luke displays a ferocious grin. At this moment, the ice dragon finally truly understands. The being before it, though a lowly human, truly intends to kill the dragon that is itself. The ice dragon cannot comprehend the expressions of the human Luke. But through its senses, honed to a keen edge far beyond human, it grasps it. The moment it understood, the ice dragon felt a sensation it had not experienced in a long time seeping in like a haze. That sensation was, could it be that I am feeling fear? But this fear is soon engulfed by a different emotion. A scorching rage. For the ice dragon, the fact that it had felt fear, even for an instant, towards a mere human was unacceptable. You insolent human being! The ice dragon flaps its wings and accelerates. Ha ha, how delightful! To fight to the death. While surrendering to its rage, the ice dragon closes the distance, driven by the rational thought that it must not let Luke use that magic. In turn, Luke also unfurls wings created by magic to meet the ice dragon head-on. The ice dragon's sharp claws and fangs clash repeatedly with Luke's sword. Between the human and the dragon, the victor in pure strength is clear as day. Scratching, biting, sweeping with the tail. Any of those would be fatal to a human. However, that's only if they hit. All of them are evaded by the narrowest of margins, repelled. No matter how fast or heavy the ice dragon's strikes are, none of them land properly. When it tries to use breath attacks or magic, they are cancelled out by dark magic. This stalemate clearly frustrates the ice dragon. Frustrated that a mere human is giving it trouble. But as Luke's sword strikes grow sharper and sharper, that emotion gradually fades away. From the start of the engagement, it had realized. It forcibly covered it up with anger and looked away, but now it can no longer afford to do so. The being known as Luke must not be underestimated as a mere human. Otherwise, it will be the one to die. The ice dragon senses this through its instinct, and acknowledges Luke as an equal. And it decides to stake its life on this. Section. In the Milestia Kingdom, where magic is supreme, the position of adventurers, who are largely disconnected from magic, is not a good one. Therefore, it is natural that the more skilled the adventurer, the more they tend to flow out to other countries. And here in Gilbadia, there are only adventurers of rank A or below. Incredible. Someone muttered under their breath. The battle between Luke and the ice dragon. For those present, it was something they could scarcely believe was real. A-rank adventurers are the elite, talented upperclassmen. But it's not enough. To join this fight, their power is far too lacking. What's more, only the truly chosen, the S-rank and X-rank adventurers would be adequate. Luke's fighting form made the onlookers feel as if they had wandered into the world of an illustrated story. This is a battlefield. They should know to always be on alert, but most had lowered their weapons, simply staring in awe. Luke-kun, just how far can you? Abel was among them. Incredible. There were no other words to describe it. A longing admiration, the kind of feeling anyone would have. But Abel couldn't bring himself to harbor that. I can never become like Luke-kun. What he felt was the conviction that I can never reach that level. But it wasn't resignation. It was a resolve and determination to walk his own path. Right now, the gap is too wide, I can't even fathom how far behind I am. But, someday, I want to catch up. No matter how long it takes, somehow. Despite the presence of a terrifying existence that evoked death just nearby, there was no panic, no words, only a profound silence. But, splendid. A cry of ecstatic shouts echoed. All eyes turned to search for the source. And they found it atop the circular rampart. It was Alfred. He had remained steadfast, watching Luke's battle alongside the unyielding Claude. What? Alfred, what on earth? Master, are you witnessing this? This is the realm I could never attain. Even though Alfred had served their family for many years, Claude realized in that moment that he truly knew nothing about the man. Section. Most magic is activated by the mage dividing their conjured magical power between power and speed. Most do this subconsciously, without even realizing it. Through his studies at the Aslan Magic Academy, Luke had learned this fact. But even that was something he could freely manipulate. Just as everyone intuitively knows how to move their limbs without being taught, Luke could do the same with nearly all aspects of magic. So he found it all rather boring. Luke had developed a new spell through the power of dark magic Wings of Darkness. With each flap, it absorbs the magical power in the atmosphere, converting it all into speed. This grants Luke a speed far surpassing a mere flight spell. A speed that even the dragon, the king of the skies, cannot grasp. Darting around, gah! He evades the ice dragon's bites, slashing its wings as he passes by. But no matter how many times he strikes, the damage is negligible. The dragon's endurance is truly formidable. I considered using Devouring Darkness, but that is Luke's most powerful spell. A malevolent dark magic that can even consume matter, having refined the magical absorption property to the utmost. But this spell is still in development, and the toll on his body is immeasurable. It would be a waste. I don't need magic. I'll simply cut it down. I've already seen through its movements. How tedious and boring. After all, it's just a monster. Luke had no intention of using Devouring Darkness. He has perfectly made the unknown power residing in his sword his own, and will tear the ice dragon asunder. That is what he aims to accomplish. During his training with Alfred, wielding the sword at the Aslan Magic Academy, and test-cutting at the smithy, the vague sensations he had felt until now are being honed and sharpened through his clash with the ice dragon, becoming clear. It would be a waste to end it with magic. Luke could cut it even without this power. No, he should say he has been cutting it all along. But now, he faces a truly formidable foe that he cannot slay. He parries the ice dragon's claws and fangs with his sword. He deflects its magic and breath. Through the repeated exchanges, Luke steadily makes that power his own. And then, so this is it. The time has come. Luke couldn't pinpoint the exact source of this power, but through his darkness aptitude, he has learned to wield it nonetheless. This is akin to magic that a warrior can use. For now, that level of understanding is sufficient. He immediately shifts his focus, channeling all his concentration into his sword. And Luke's sword gathers light. Slash. Since the start of the battle, this is the deepest the ice dragon's sturdy body has been carved. Gwa. Coo. Ahahaha. This is good, I like it. I can still add more. The sensation he had grasped was now like a limb to Luke, as natural as his own body. Greater power was concentrated in the sword. What would normally take years of unrelenting training for an ordinary person to master, Luke easily surpassed and accomplished. Double slash, triple slash, gyochi. What was wielded were lightning-fast consecutive strikes, 2 and then 3. After around 200 years, the ice dragon writhed and struggled in pain it had never known before, crashing to the ground. Dyed in the splashing blood, Luke laughed gleefully. Ahahaha. Next. What next? Let's mix it up. Once more, light gathered in the sword. But this time, it was clearly different from before. The dark magical power enveloped and dyed the sword's light black. Dark slash. Without even understanding how advanced a technique this was, Luke accomplished it. The ice dragon sensed instinctively that this strike was dangerous. But it was too late. GAA. A pain incomparable to before assaulted the ice dragon. A clear sense of death that would not leave his mind. Amid his flickering consciousness, the ice dragon saw a sight he could scarcely believe. Luke, having imbued his sword with an even greater, more ominous power. It was fun, but this is the end. Dark BL. WWW wait. Please wait a moment. Luke's sword stopped just short. The tremendous wind pressure instantly blew away the swirling dust in the area. What are you doing? I completely. SS surrender. With his head lowered to the ground and his limbs and tail curled up as small as possible, this was the posture of utmost reverence and submission for a dragon. Section. The ice dragon, covered in scales like sturdy armor, possessing fangs and claws that could easily cut through steel, and wings that could soar through the sky. It had various special abilities like breath attacks and command of magic. Truly, it was considered the mightiest species in this world. The dragons. Dragons essentially do not form packs, and they scarcely engage in raising their young. In a year or two, they would simply cast their offspring out of the nest, or in some cases, just lay eggs and abandon them. The ice dragon knew nothing of his parents' face, nor did he care. For around 200 years since his birth, he had lived without a shred of doubt that he was the strongest. Everything in the ice dragon's environment had proven this fact. Going wherever the wind took him, killing anything that even slightly annoyed him, and collecting treasures that caught his fancy. That was how he had lived until now. Eventually, there was no longer anything that could stand against him. As the mightiest of dragons, possessing the elemental magic of ice, there could be no enemies for the ice dragon. But a turning point arrived suddenly. Sensing the approach of some presence, the ice dragon slowly opened his eyes. A human. The emotions it stirred were intense disgust and irritation. This human had disturbed his slumber. That alone was enough for the ice dragon to deem him deserving of 1,000 deaths. Just as the ice dragon was about to swiftly slay him, the sound of a flute reached his ears. The magical tool, the domination flute, had been independently developed by an organization that belonged to no nation. Zowari. A shiver ran through the ice dragon's body. It was an emotion he had never experienced before, and did not wish to understand. The dragon's keen senses, far surpassing those of humans, detected a danger that should not be possible. His mind was being tainted by darkness, with part of his thoughts drifting away. The ice dragon finally realized that he was gripped by clear terror. Now, his very mind was about to be usurped. Impossible. It couldn't be. A mere human could not possibly do this to him. Growl. You damn human. He let out a blood-curdling roar, resisting. But no matter how much he struggled, his consciousness was being eroded. He had no leisure to attack with his breath or magic. All his focus had to be on resisting, or he would be subjugated in an instant. Through long years of research and repeated improvements, the domination flute had become capable of dominating even the mightiest of dragons. Wonderful. It's a success. Arthur will be pleased with this, but the control was not complete. Section. To the ice dragon, the humans were just annoying pests buzzing around, worthy of no more than extermination when they became a bother. The recognition humans had for insects, and what dragons had for humans. There was no difference in that perception. Kill them because they're irritating, that was reason enough. All other species were merely inferior to the ice dragon. And this was an immutable fact that would never change. Or so he had thought. Grah. At this moment, all previous perceptions were shattered. The ice dragon had never before experienced such excruciating pain, one that evoked the very notion of death for the first time. Gya. Next, its arrogance in being the strongest was blown away, and a part of its very being crumbled. No more. No more. No more. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Desperately clinging to life, it tried to cry out, but the sword struck before it could. Steeped in despair, the ice dragon saw the human before it as nothing but a demon. Time crawled by, agonizingly slow. Gah. If only the ice dragon had been blessed with a stronger opponent, and gained even the slightest tolerance for pain, the outcome might have been different. The pain inflicted by Luke's strikes was simply too overwhelming as the first it had ever experienced. It utterly transformed the ice dragon's personality, thought processes, and values. This was a rebirth. The ice dragon had been reborn in this moment. I have to apologize, I have to apologize, I have to apologize, I have to apologize. The ice dragon decided. I shall apologize. First, I must apologize. I got carried away. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. If I apologize wholeheartedly, over and over, perhaps I might be forgiven. With that faint glimmer of hope. What? Once more, the human sword was gathering a merciless light, growing ever larger and more ominous. Oh, this is going to hurt even more. I see. Ah. No, 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 no. It was fun, but this is the end. Dark blah. Wait. Please, just wait a moment. The uncharacteristically polite speech emerged unconsciously, for the first time. Even though it had never done so before, its body moved with surprising smoothness, driven by the instinct to survive. Fully convinced of this, It lowered its head to the ground and curled its limbs and tail as tightly as possible. It felt the wind rushing by. Fortunately, the sword had stopped. If the pain didn't come, then it no longer mattered what happened. Come what may. This was the true essence of reckless abandon. What is the meaning of this? I completely. Surrender. Bowing its head to the human. The previous ice dragon would have twisted its face in unimaginable humiliation, shedding tears of blood. But no, the emotion the current ice dragon felt was nothing but bottomless relief that the attack had stopped, and a slight embarrassment at stuttering over its words. Looking down at the trembling, pitiful ice dragon, Luke paused briefly to consider what would be most beneficial for himself. What is your name? Ha. I asked what your name is. Why yes. I have one. Luke did not comment on the redundant repetition. Well, it's King of the World, sir. What? I am so sorry. So presumptuous of the likes of me. I'm very, very sorry. The title of King of the World was a name the ice dragon had given itself, purely out of idle amusement, though it had genuinely believed itself worthy of such a grand title. But Luke could not have known that. Thus, he regarded it with bewilderment, wondering if the ice dragon was mocking him. Though its expression was indiscernible, the ice dragon's keen senses acutely detected the human's souring mood. Its body trembled as if its heart were being gripped. This is bad. Unbelievably bad. The ice dragon's thoughts raced. That's right. I'll think of a proper name. It couldn't immediately come up with a good name, but the ice dragon resolved to choose something more modest. It had been quite fond of the wonderful name King of the World. It would give that one to this human instead. Surely he would be delighted, and it would convey the ice dragon's respect. Just as the ice dragon was about to speak, I've decided. You shall become the mascot of my domain. What? Luke had been contemplating a way to repay the immense debt he owed his father. Even if they were family, he did not wish to incur further obligations. Thus, the idea occurred to him to make the ice dragon a mascot of the Gilbert territory, which would bring even greater prosperity. Surely the novelty of seeing an elemental dragon would draw many humans, bestowing vast wealth. From now on, you shall serve as my pawn, devoting yourself to the prosperity of my domain. It must be humiliating, but I'm being generous in letting you live instead of killing you. I will become your pawn. Luke, who had expected the ice dragon to distort its face in humiliation, is instead puzzled by the ice dragon eagerly, almost greedily, offering to become his pawn. I see. I'll take the materials as well. You dragons possess miraculous regenerative abilities, don't you? Then it should be fine to periodically tear off your claws, fangs, and scales, right? Coo. Ha. Of course. If my body can be of use to the master, there is no greater joy than that. Luke didn't feel any guilt, but he was aware that he was saying something that completely disregarded the dragon's dignity. Yet, the ice dragon in front of him is still all excited. It's incomprehensible. Then, as a gesture of familiarity, wait. What are you doing? Eek, I was thinking of cutting off your tail and offering it. Since it'll grow back quickly anyway. I don't need that right now. You understood. Luke's confusion only deepens. Just moments ago, the dragon was saying things like you insolent human being, trying to kill him, and now it has done a complete turnaround. I hope you're not thinking you can trick me, because it's useless. You've been made my familiar through a contract magic. Coo. You must have been thinking of escaping at the first chance, but it's an honor, truly. From now on, the ice dragon will no longer be Luke's enemy. The overwhelming joy of that fact is the only thing filling the ice dragon. Let's start right away, please. Yes. Luke ponders again. Isn't this some kind of trap? Is there something he's overlooking? But no matter how much he thinks, he can't find anything like that. That's why it feels even more uncanny. He's even unsure if he should make it his familiar. Contract, familiar. A massive magic circle appears, centered on Luke and the ice dragon, emitting a dazzling light. Contract magic is a non-elemental magic that requires the mutual consent of both parties, and the weight of the contract and the target determine the required magic power. But the contract is formed incredibly smoothly. An invisible bond is formed between Luke and the Ice Dragon. Through it, the Ice Dragon's feelings of absolute obedience sworn from the bottom of its heart are strongly conveyed. I will serve you with utmost sincerity. I see. Tired of doubting, Luke considers making the Ice Dragon's tail meet a new specialty of Gilvadia as he rides on the dragon's back. And he returns to where the adventurers who had been observing the situation from a distance are. His appearance is that of a true hero of old, taming a dragon. In the next moment, all of them raise their fists and let out a victorious roar. Section. Yeah. This is impossible. Impossible. Way too impossible. Two people, a man and a woman, with turbans on. In a certain place, Carnis and Felis had been watching a part of the battle between Luke and the Ice Dragon. Their expressions are as bright as if a burden had been lifted. I tried my best, but this one won't be enough, no matter how many lives it has. That means we have two options. One is to run far away, and the other is. Carnis and Felis take action. It's all for the sake of their own future. Afterward. Hello everyone, it's been a while. This is Yukiha Kuroyuki. In this story, the existence of the enemy has become vague, and the focus has been on Luke, who still can't quite succeed. How did you all feel about it? And Zack, who is such a rich character, is my personal favorite. I hope the readers will come to like him too. I love characters who overwhelm the enemies with their powerful abilities, but I also love those who make up for their lack of abilities with ingenuity and grit, and fight in a gritty way. Well, he is an A-rank adventurer, so it's not like he lacks talent. The story will progress significantly from the next part. Various factions will start moving in earnest, and one incident after another will torment Luke. I hope you'll look forward to it. Well then. Bonus short story. Disaster on a certain holiday. Yorand. That is the name given to me by the people called parents, the ones with a blood relationship. I neither like nor dislike it. A name is just a symbol to distinguish people. Since we are living as a group, it's convenient to have symbols to distinguish each one. That's why everyone uses them. However, I had a question. Why do I have to live using the name my parents gave me? Why can't I decide it myself? We are connected by blood. The only difference from strangers is that. Yet, for some reason, everyone is unusually close. I couldn't understand that. What is this thing called a family? Ouch. Was it because I was pondering that? Without any particular reason, I tripped and fell. It wasn't a serious injury. This is just a trivial moment in everyday life. It doesn't affect anyone else. No one would pay attention to it. At least, that's what I thought. Are you all right, brother? What? But Alice, my sister, looked at me with genuine concern from the bottom of her heart. I couldn't believe it. There was not a trace of pretense there. She was truly, purely worried about me. Unbelievable. This was nothing like the humans I knew. What is this creature? What is it? I thought. There is such a pure, beautiful being. An angel. That's the word that came to mind. I've always been like this. Even though I don't want to, I can understand people's hearts too well. Just by looking into their eyes, I can vaguely understand what they are thinking and what they are aiming for. Although they may seem simple on the surface, human hearts are complex and more or less tainted. That's the human I know. The people called nobles are especially tainted. Then, what is this existence before me? Can I call it human? No, that's not right. There's no way a human could have such a beautiful, pure, snow-white heart. It's beautiful. Before I knew it, I had let those words slip out. Oh my, I'm glad to hear that. Hee hee. Alice happily smiled at my casual words. And at that moment, when I saw the angelic smile, I realized. Not all humans are tainted. They gradually become tainted, and then become human. If I'm going to be tainted anyway, I want to dye it myself. I want to color this beautifully pure heart. With this me. Suddenly, the colorless, transparent world seemed to come alive. Involuntarily, the corners of my mouth turned up, and a happiness I had never felt before ran through my entire body. What do you mean, brother? Your face looks scary. But more importantly, are you all right? Are you hurt? Ah, I'm all right. Thank you. Alice is so kind. Hee, that tickles, big brother. If I gently pat Alice's head, she simply laughs happily and innocently. In response, a dark desire slowly starts to spread in my heart. I want to turn this angel into a demon. Today, I finally found the meaning of my life. My passive existence, where I lived because I didn't want to die, has ended. Now, I truly want to live. Alice, let's play. What do you want to do? You'll play with me? Yay, I've always wanted to play with you. Haha, that makes me happy. I take Alice's hand and start walking. Surely, my face is twisted with evil. To avoid her seeing it, I walk a little ahead. Section. Since the day I met the pure white angel named Alice, I've been learning how to control and manipulate people's hearts. My own tiny color can't fully cover Alice's huge, innocent heart. I can't wait for that extra color to seep in. I want to dye her in the color I desire. To do that, I need to control all the people around Alice. Merely understanding their hearts isn't enough to manipulate them. It was a trial and error process, but it was fun. Truly fun. Setting a goal and stubbornly pushing through the walls of adversity. I came to truly understand what it means to live. First, I started by creating the environment. I made it so that I get scolded, while Alice gets praised. I implanted the impression that I'm the incapable child and Alice is the capable child in everyone involved. This gives a certain direction to the uncertain thoughts. After that, it's easy to steer them toward my own goals. Gradually, the compassionate look in Alice's eyes shifted to one of disdain. That process was thrilling. Putting in effort for a purpose, and seeing it bear fruit. The overwhelming sense of achievement and exhilaration. It was my first experience of success. The pure white heart of the angel Alice is being dyed blacker and blacker, like a demon. Just watching that sight makes the mundane days shine. And I know, it's almost time. I can feel it. Soon, the angel will fall to become a demon. Yorand, why can't you do even this much? Look at Alice. Even if it's just basic non-attribute magic, she's mastering it perfectly at that age. Aren't you ashamed? I'm sorry, Father. I just can't seem to grasp the sensation. Honestly, Wow, Alice can use magic like that already. She's amazing. Thank you very much, Mother. Even I don't understand why I can't perform such simple magic. But no one even questions it anymore. The environment is already set up. I'm expected to be incapable, so that's how it is. Alice is incredible. I'm proud of her. I'll do my best to catch up a little. Haha. Alice, you're making such a lovely expression. It's exactly the look of contempt toward filth. Just a little more. Soon, very soon, one more step. Hey, Alice, listen. Big brother, I find you disgusting, so please don't come near me. That icy voice cutting through the night was startling. I could distinctly feel my heart pounding strongly. It was as if an electric current ran from my head to my toes. The angel has fallen to a demon. Ha, ha. With a slight delay, a gushing excitement and shivering ecstasy pierced through my entire body. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground, propping myself up. What's suddenly wrong with you? Panting like that. You're really disgusting. Ha, ha. The relentless follow-up. Each of Alice's words rang in my brain and seeped in. My thoughts became increasingly hazy. In contrast, my emotions kept escalating. And then, AF. Section. That's the gist of it. I really wanted you to hear me out properly this time, since we're going to become family with Luke. My eyelids feel heavy as lead. I desperately want to punch this man with his unsettling grin in front of me. There is an extremely important matter I must discuss. Since you said so, I let you into my room. Exactly, this matter. It's about Alice too, so I really needed you to hear it. This is the dorm of Aslan Magic Academy. It's a holiday morning today, still cold. Yeah, on a holiday morning, You'd definitely be in your room, right? I felt like I heard a faint cracking sound from deep within myself. Why do I have to listen to this man's story on a holiday morning, struggling against the drowsiness that comes rushing in like a tsunami? Do I, of all people, have to endure this? No, that makes no sense. 2 seconds, that's it. Ha! What's wrong, Luke? Are you angry? Get out of this room, now. Or else. In response to my anger, my magic power surges, causing the floor to tremble and a creaking sound to ring out. Okay, I got it. I'm sorry, Luke. Ahaha. Well, I'll be going then. See you later, Luke. Jorund left the room in a gust of wind. What on earth? This is the worst. Today is sure to be the worst holiday. I had an unpleasant feeling that couldn't be shaken, but for now, I just want to sleep. I lay down on the bed and slowly closed my heavy eyelids, drifting off into a light slumber. Section. I woke up. Fortunately, that unpleasant man with the sinister smile was not here. Even though that's normal, why do I feel relieved? I slowly sit up and walk to the window. When I open the curtains, it's already past noon. This is the worst. I'm usually an early riser on holidays. If I sleep in late, I feel like the holiday ends too quickly, so I end up feeling like I've wasted time. But because Jorund woke me up at the worst possible time, I ended up waking up in the middle of the day. Whenever that grating smile flashes in my mind, my anger wells up. But no, that's a waste. Being angry at Jorund is just a waste of this precious holiday time. I don't want to spend it on such meaningless things. Today, I'm going to seriously look at some swords. I have the real dagger that Alfred gave me, but I still only have replicas for long swords. Heh. I've been wanting to see the real thing for a while. Thinking about that makes my spirits rise, despite Jorund's antics weighing me down. Knock, knock. Someone is knocking on the door. It's a plain, impersonal sound, but to me it's an ill omen. This morning, that sound woke me up and led me to cross paths with Jorund, forcing me to listen to that utterly pointless talk from the holiday morning. Now, what should I do? Should I go out, or not? No, not going out would be running away. Me, run away? There's no way that could be an option, no matter the situation. In the first place, if it's unpleasant, I can just kick them out. It's as simple as that. Damn, how could I lose sight of such a straightforward answer? It's all because of that unpleasant man with the sinister smile. The thought of Jorund eventually becoming my relative is just disgusting. Well, whatever. I'll just go out and face it. If they dare to make me the slightest bit uncomfortable, you'd better be prepared. I put my hand on the door and then, "Good morning, Lou." Slam. Oh my, why did you close the door? How sad. The moment I realized it was Alice, I closed the door. Her words belie the icy edge in her voice, devoid of any sadness. For some reason, my everyday life at the academy is already in turmoil because of the intense people gathering around me. To put it bluntly, it's exhausting. I'm tired of it. I just want to be left alone on my holiday. Jorund is more than enough. I unconsciously closed the door, reflexively thinking that. What do you want? However, I should at least hear her out. Let's go on a date. I refuse. A date? Don't make me laugh. I'm busy. Why not? I will eventually become your wife. Isn't going on dates a normal thing? Shut up. I'm busy. Today I'm going to the capital to see some real swords. I'll go with you. Doing casual things like that together is what a date is, isn't it? What are you? And as the heir of the Gilbert family, it would look better for you to be seen walking around the capital with a beautiful woman like myself. The Lonsdale family is surprisingly skilled at presenting benefits. It's frustrating that I'm even considering that they might have a point. Also, if you get irritated by something, you can take it out on me. Enough. Be quiet. And this is another characteristic of this family, they weave their own desires into the presented benefits. What is this, really? With a sense of exasperation, I opened the door. Good morning again, Luke. Shall we go on that date, then? I suppose so. Though I still had some resistance, I agreed to go on a date with Alice. As she said, I am the esteemed heir of the Gilberto family. One should act as if they are being observed in every movement and action. Bothersome, but normally there should be an escort, but such a thing is unnecessary. What good is a weak person as an escort? In truth, having just Alfred would be just about right. Are you prepared? Wait a bit. Wait. I want you to change in front of me. Slam. I closed the door and began to get ready. Section. Unpleasant. An excessive number of gazes are upon me. This is the heart of the capital. Nobles are not an uncommon sight, so why am I being stared at so much? There are a few possible reasons. Luke. Shamelessly, meaningless gazes are directed at me. I wonder, will your possessiveness be satisfied? No matter how much they reach out, they will never be able to grasp me. This woman is yours. Yours alone, said the woman next to me, prattling on incomprehensibly. She is certainly one of the causes. Truly, if only they would just look. Just look. Here and now, among those captivated by this woman, there is surely no one who can discern her true nature. Luke, this is fun. Is that so? That's good then. What about you, Luke? I'm just walking, but what exactly are you finding fun? Walking together, the two of us. I see. To be answered so directly leaves me at a loss for words. Well, yes. Perhaps it's because I was in the worst of moods this morning after encountering your end. Compared to that, I'm not in such a bad mood now. So, it's not bad. I didn't look towards Alice, I just said that much. I'm happy, Luke. Is that so? Alice smiled ever so slightly. For one who changes expression so rarely, this was an unusually clear smile. Just this little thing, what could she possibly find so joyful in it? Well, it doesn't matter. Come to think of it, I hadn't properly toured the capital before. Is that why there are so many interesting things catching my eye, leading me to make so many detours? Especially, I ended up lingering far too long in the magic tools shop, which I had no plans to visit at all. I never expected you'd take me on such a proper date. Next, we'll go to the blacksmith. Yes, let's go. Together, all the way. What is this woman saying? Thinking that, I was struck by a strong sense of déjà vu. It felt like we'd had this exchange before. Demon King-sama. Oh, idiot. This is private. At that moment, I was called out to by a strange woman. It took me a moment to realize she was addressing me. Of course. After all, this woman had spoken of something as nonsensical as the demon King-sama. Looking over, I see a man and woman pair. The man is dripping with cold sweat. Apologies. You must be Lord Luke, right? This one seems to have become a big fan after seeing the ranking battle. Whenever he gets the chance, he keeps calling you Demon King-sama. Incidentally, I'm a big fan of the Ice Empress. I am a huge fan. I support you. What is this Demon King business? Why is this man constantly glancing at Alice? And what is this Ice Empress nonsense? My head is filled with all sorts of questions. Demon King is apparently your epithet, Luke. And I seem to be this Ice Empress. What is that? I'm not terribly familiar with the details either. But the ranking battles seem to have a strong entertainment aspect for the common people. What is that? Is it because of this incomprehensible situation? I couldn't understand even after asking twice. Could I at least get an autograph? The woman said, bowing her head and holding out her hand. I still can't accept it. Being called Demon King and being used as mere entertainment. It's infuriating and humiliating. Well, the reverent gaze she directs at me isn't bad, but still, it's unpleasant. Smack. Ha! I brushed her hand away. I am a member of the proud Gilbert family before I am a student. I have no obligation to shake hands with such common folk. This is the strong will of Luke. I know that to resist this will is tiring and meaningless. You, of all people, want to shake hands with me. Don't get too ahead of yourself. That was a clear rejection. The surrounding people also watched this scene with bated breath, and for some reason Alice was looking down condescendingly on the woman who had sought the handshake. But I thought this was a good opportunity. To make it known that I am not the kind-hearted fool like Abel, who smiles at everyone. If I do that, I won't get caught up in these kinds of troublesome matters in the future. That's what I was thinking. The Demon King on the street. What did you say? The girl mumbled something while looking down. The moment I thought I didn't catch it well, bam, the girl raised her face with wide open eyes. Oh my. It really is. Not bowing to anyone. The Demon King is just like how I imagined. And I even got to touch him. What? A hardcore fan. That's the phrase that came to my mind as I saw the screaming girl. Awesome. He really is the Demon King. There actually is someone like that. You guys, bow down with all your might. Kia. I just made eye contact with him. The Ice Empress is with him too. Wow, they're a perfect match. Passion is contagious. The people around started making a fuss too. No, I finally understood. The reason for those stares I felt all this time. I thought it was because of Alice, but it was also because of me. This Demon King nickname has taken root to some extent, and those who noticed me were directing their gazes. I'm tired. It's already a minor panic that can't be contained, and I don't even want to try containing it. Why do I have to expend this much effort on a holiday? Let's go home. Yes, let's go home. Dark wings. Wait. Since Alice jumped on me, I ended up embracing her. Geez, she's quite strong. In this situation, she probably knew I wouldn't refuse because it would be too much trouble, and I had no choice but to do this. Ah, please wait. Demon King, I'll cheer you on. Ignoring the voices I heard, I flew up into the air. Then I flapped my wings towards the academy. Seriously. In the end, I failed to accomplish the main goal. Worst day ever. It really did turn out to be the worst holiday. My premonition was right. But, Luke, I had fun. I see. Alice, brazenly being carried by me, quietly said that while wrapping her arms around my neck. What was fun about it? Wasn't it the worst, is what I thought, but certainly, to a small extent, a tiny bit, the detour wasn't so bad. I did get to see various things. Worst day ever may have been an overstatement. Disaster is more like it. Next time we go out, why am I thinking about going out again? Well, if Alice really insists, I'll go with her. Thinking that, I flapped the wings I created with magic one more time. End of Volume 2.